Hello, Assalamualaikum. Good morning, Prof Rosita.
Waalaikumsalam. Very good morning, Dailami.
How are you today, Prof?
Selamat pagi, Prof.
Selamat pagi, Febriani.
We can wait like 5 minutes. Prof.
Sure.
Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Waalaikumsalam, Septi.
Maybe we will wait 5 minutes, yeah, Prof.
Yeah, no problem. We give time to the student to join the class first.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Okay, good morning, everyone. Prof Rosita, can we start now?
Okay, please. Yeah, we can.
Good morning, everyone. Today, we will have a lecture from Prof Rosita Shapawi. She is from University Malaysia Sabah. She will give a lecture related to sustainable aquaculture. Hope we can get a lot of knowledge today from her. So please pay attention for the lecture. And Prof Rosita, probably before we start, uh, if you don't mind, I would like to divide the class today into two sessions. So maybe the first session like from 7:30 to 9:30. Then we will have question and answer. Or in the middle of your teaching, we will have question and answer. And then after the question and answer session, we will have a break like 15 minutes before we continue to the second session. It's okay, Prof?
Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you. So we will start the class today for Prof Rosita. Time is yours.
Thank you, Dailami. All right, I share my slide. Yeah. Can you see my slide?
Yes, Prof.
This one? Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to everyone here. So today is our fourth day sharing with me. So I hope everyone still having a high spirit to continue. Inshallah, we will be able to discuss a few more things under this topic, which is very relevant to our program, yeah, Master of Aquaculture program, and even your undergraduate program. So the topic that was given to me, I adjust it a little bit to suit the suitability of our sharing. Okay. What do you understand by the term sustainable? Anyone, if you want to answer right now also can, you just switch on your microphone and yeah, just share with me. It's okay, there is no right or wrong answer. If anyone wanted to share their opinion, but I mean, with what you understand by the term sustainable. Kalau in bahasa Melayu, we call it mapan, mampan. I don't know in Indonesia, how do you translate sustainable?
Berkelanjutan.
Berkelanjutan, Prof. Lanjutan, Prof.
Berkelanjutan.
Berkelanjutan. Sustainable
Oh.
aquaculture, perikanan yang berkelanjutan.
Oke, thank you, thank you. Kalau kami bahasa Melayu kami panggil mampan, M-A-M-P-A-N, mampan. Okay, so mampan or sustainable in definition may be defined as able to maintain at a certain rate or level that is sustainable in general, yeah, not sustainable aquaculture only. The term sustainable in general. Able to be used without being completely used up or destroyed, something that can be continued or practice that maintains a condition without harming the environment. So this is the general definition of sustainable. Give me 1 minute, yeah, excuse me. Okay, sorry. Okay, So in terms of the definition of sustainable development, I'm sure most of you are familiar with this term sustainable development, meeting the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. Meaning we want to have what we have today in 30 years time, or even more longer time. So another person defined sustainability, the possibility that human and other forms of life, so not only human, but other forms of life on earth will flourish forever. And another definition, sustainable development here, enough for all forever. So the keywords are three: enough for everyone and forever. So this is the definition of sustainable development. Okay, I'm sure you are familiar with SDG, Sustainable Development Goal. If you remember, this is normally used in many documents, in our planning, also in our curriculum. Also, Sustainable Development Goals were set up in 2015 by United Nations General Assembly, with the planning that this goal will be achieved in 2030, so 9 more years. There are 17 SDGs, whereby we share our vision of humanity and a social contract between the world's leader and the people. This is what General Ban Ki-moon, the UN Secretary, said during this assembly. So the 2030 agenda for SDG calls on countries to begin efforts. All countries are invited to start effort to achieve the 17 SDG over the next 15 years from 2015. The goals address the needs of people in both developed or even developing countries, emphasizing that no one should be left behind. So this is for the whole human population, for the whole world. It's not intended for certain countries only, but to all, to everyone on earth. So broad and ambitious in scope, the agenda addresses the 3 dimensions of sustainable goal development. One is social, economic, and environmental, and also important aspect related to peace, justice, and effective institutions. I'm sure you have seen this logo, right? Sustainable Development Goals. We have 17 goals, the United Nations, So number 1 is no poverty. The world or these goals aim that there will be no poverty in this world. This is the goals, It's not realized yet. It's not achieved yet. There's still poverty in many places. Number 2 is zero hunger. We don't want anyone without food, 3, good health and well-being. So meaning this is for us, to have our good health healthcare system and all that. 4, quality education. This is what we are doing now, having quality educations by attending school from kindergarten, primary school, secondary school, college, and higher learning at your level, for example, master and then PhD maybe. So we want to inculcate quality education. Number 5 is gender equality. This is what the world wants. It this may be a bit controversial for some group of people, or even from our religious belief. Maybe for Muslim, you know, we always think that our leader or guys, man is supposed to be, you know, our head of family, things like that. But in general, they don't want the women will be left behind. So this is the concept of gender equality. 6, clean water and sanitation. This is very important because there are so many parts of the world that still not receiving clean water and a proper sanitation system. So very, very critical actually, this number 6, also especially the developing countries like us, whereby our sanitation system are not that high tech and clean. We do have clean water, but maybe still a lot of improvement that can be made. The 7th one is affordable and clean energy. So we cannot afford if the energy is very, very expensive. For example, now there are new form of energy, for example, electric car, hybrid car. This is still very expensive at the moment. It is good for the environment, whereby we don't have to depend 100% on petrol to what do you call, to run our cars. But it has to be affordable and clean energy. So more, you know, more use on like solar energy, things like that, that is sustainable. Number 8 is decent work and economic growth. Yeah, meaning to say we are also serious about the economic growth of the country. 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Some we already discussed yesterday about the industry, IR 4.0, the innovation, the infrastructure that related to our field. But in general, all field in the world, not only aquaculture or agriculture, other field also, they are looking at the same thing. Number 10 is reduce inequalities. Yeah, they are trying, meaning to say a fair system to all. So, or between countries, maybe the gap is not that far in terms of economic growth or well-being, things like that. So because inequalities may bring some negative impact to the people, to the social society. So we want to reduce inequality as much as possible. 11 is sustainable cities and communities, meaning there is move towards using smart technology. Like in the city, we are using more and more, what do you call, green tech, for example, using LED light that is, you know, will only switch on with when you are entering the room. No, it's automatic when it sends people coming into the room, for example, or using more and more solar technology, solar energy in their building, for example. Number 12 is responsible consumption and production. Meaning to say there must be some element of responsibility in terms of us consuming whatever we want to consume. Not necessarily fish or whatever food. It has to be in a way that we must think of the impact on ecology, for example, on the environment. So the same thing goes to the production, responsible production. If you want to produce, for example, fish or shrimp, you have to follow a strict requirement or a standard practice. 13 is climate action. This is one of the most critical goals that we have. Everyone on earth should have their role. You must play your own role in this climate action. We already touched some issue about climate action, climate change, for example, ocean acidification, rise in temperature, something like that. So this is a very, very real issue of the world at the moment. So each individual on Earth must have their roles in fighting or adjusting or mitigating the climate change. 14, okay, this is where we are most related or relevant. Life below water. Our field aquaculture exactly packed under this goal number 14. Yeah. Of course, in other goals also, we might be related, for example, even in no poverty also, aquaculture may have alleviated poverty in certain community, coastal community, for example. But it is most relevant under this number 14. 15, life on land. So anything terrestrial, plants, animals on land, under this goal. 16, peace, justice, and strong institution. So meaning they want to have a good governance, good government, which is fair, trying to uphold peace and also a strong institution. And the last one is partnership for the goals. So we are encouraged to partner with a different country to achieve this goal. We cannot achieve this alone. For example, we have issues with pollution in the sea. Lots of plastic drifted on the beach. Not only in one or two countries, all over the world. It's a global issue because the plastic that you throw, the garbage, the plastic garbage that you throw maybe in Indonesia might end up in Malaysia or vice versa. So it's a global issue. So that is why under this goal, we are invited to partner with other countries to fight, what do you call, to achieve this goal. So I hope you are now having a better picture what is the meaning of sustainable goal developments. Yeah, we have 17 goals, but our field aquaculture mostly will be parked under number 14. This is just to share with you the rankings, overall performance of the UN member state. Yeah, there are 193 member state. Malaysia, Indonesia is also a member state. So if you see these top 3, for example, Finland is the top performance of SDG, followed by Sweden and Denmark, if you want to concentrate on the top 3. This country is also always appear in other green metrics ranking. For example, the most clean, the most clean air, something like that, and then the most happy people on earth, something like that. So they are related with their environment. Yeah, this is their performance score. Just check here, Indonesia is on the 97th position. Not bad, because we have 137 countries under the United Nations, meaning to say you have your contribution to SDG in whatever goals, the 17 goals, yeah, including the goal number 14. So this is the performance of 66.34%. So I hope you, as the future of the country, will continue to help in achieving our goal, so that the future, your great-grandson, great-granddaughter later on will still have access to what we have at the moment in terms, especially on natural resources. Okay. This is specific on goal number 14, which is life below water. This goal number 14 is focusing on conserve and sustainably use the ocean, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. If you see this diagram, there are two sections. Yeah, one is the challenges, this one is solution. What are the challenges that we might have at the moment? Over 3 billion people depend on marine and coastal biodiversity for livelihood, which is very true, right? So one of the main challenges is pollution. Yeah, pollution threatens the world's largest source of protein. You see, this is the mangrove area, so many rubbish, okay? But people catching crab, you know, for food, for livelihoods. But the challenge is also the pollution. So what is the solution? We try to reduce the pollution as much as possible and protect marine and coastal ecosystem by, for example, replanting the mangrove and not throwing the rubbish, and do not conserve endangered animals like turtles, things like that. Number 2 is 40% of world's oceans suffer from overfishing, poor fishing practice, poor waste management. I'm not sure in Indonesia, but in Sabah, in Malaysia, in my state, we are still practicing fish bombing, which is a very destructive fishing methods. This is what we don't want, because when they bomb the fish underwater, at the same time, these habitat, for example, coral or whatsoever, plant, seagrass or whatever, life underwater will be destroyed. So this should be stopped. How do we do it? What is the solution? Through regulation, the law, yeah, and harmful fishing subsides and stop unreported, unregulated, and destructive fishing practice. I'm sure we all have the regulation, the law to ban this illegal fishing method, but normally what we are having issue is how to implement how to prosecute the law. Yeah, implementation is not easy, especially when we are dealing with the open sea. When people do illegal fishing, the relevant authority having issue to what do you call, to catch what do you call, people who is not following the law. So the third one is coral reefs, which provides a home to 25% of marine life, are being destroyed at an alarming rate, which is quite true because of development, for example, yeah, oil rig or many development, like they want to build a resort or something like that. So in the process, natural habitat like coral will be destroyed. So what solution that we can do? Fight climate change, reduce sedimentation, stop coral mining, and promote sustainable tourism. I noticed that we normally use animals like, you know, turtle to attract tourists, dolphin to attract tourists. This is not really a good what do you call, a good kind of tourism, because, you know, putting animals under this a lot of stress, which is not supposed to be, you know, their daily routine. They're supposed to be in the water freely, but we are using them to attract tourists and all that. So there are issues with that, yeah, that we need to think about. Okay, now we are going to sustainable aquaculture. There are many definitions of sustainability as the concept applied to aquaculture, but most popular definition is meet present needs without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their needs. This is adopted in United Nations Conference in 1987. So the same concept of sustainable aquaculture also targeting or what do you call focusing on this issue to maintain what we're having now for the future. Okay, as you can see from this graph, this is now versus our future. This gray one is the wild caught fish, the one we catch from the fishery sector. Blue one is aquaculture. So in 2019, this is the figure, but in the future, we expect we will dominate the fish supply from aquaculture. 2030, we expect like 62% will be contributed by aquaculture rather than the wild capture or capture fishery we call. Okay. You remember between the relationship between host, pathogen, disease, environment. This is on the relationship between sustainable aquaculture and these three elements. Ecologically, economically, and socially must have effort. There's an interaction among these to achieve sustainable aquaculture. Yeah, of course, when we talk about ecological, we have to consider our environment. It has to be, the impact need to be reduced. Yeah, of course, when you talk about economic, we want aquaculture industry that is making money. Otherwise, they will not sustain. They will close within few years because it's not profitable. So it's not so straightforward when it comes to sustainable aquaculture. You want, at the same time, you want to become sustained, but sustainable in terms of environmental impact, for example, but at the same time, you need also to make profit so that you can grow. And of course, these two will have influence on community development, more job opportunities, for example, more skillful people like you all. So we hope with these three interaction will be able to support the growth of sustainable aquaculture. Okay, what are the approaches? How do we achieve sustainable aquaculture? Aquaculture is a young industry, decades behind that of livestock farming. Yeah, consider young than other livestock farming like chicken, the cows. So what we are trying to do here is, one of the approach is we need to invest in technology innovation and transfer. This has been discussed on our topic yesterday. If we want to move forward, if we want to produce more fish through aquaculture, we need to invest in technology. Okay, so improvements in breeding technology, for example, disease control, feeds, nutrition, very important. Low impact production system are interlinked areas where science can complement traditional knowledge to improve efficiency. When we said technology or innovation, it doesn't mean that we don't want to use the traditional knowledge. It's always good to have this understanding the traditional knowledge and trying to improve it and still, complement each other, because there must be something good about traditional knowledge also. These sorts of innovation, whether led by farmers, research institute, institution, companies, or government have been behind productivity gain in every part of the world. For example, in Vietnam, a breakthrough in catfish breeding around year 2000, complemented by widespread adoption of high-quality pelleted feed, unlock a boom in the production growth and intensification. So meaning to say, if last time in Vietnam, catfish breeding depends on different types of feed, not on high quality pelleted feed. But when quality pelleted feed is made available, the industry really boom. Yeah. So Vietnamese catfish production grew from 50,000 tons in 2000 to more than 1 million tons in 10 years time at that time. So even though the country's total catfish pond are only double during that time. So meaning to say, with the innovation, we really can increase the production. The second approach is for you to focus beyond your farm. Most aquaculture regulations and certification scheme focus at individual farm level, of course, but having many producers in the same area can lead to cumulative environmental impacts, such as water pollution or fish disease. Even everyone is following the law, meaning to say, if all aquaculture producers concentrate in one area, then the area will not be able to support the system, meaning carrying capacity of that area will not be able to support the aquaculture production. Spatial planning and zoning can ensure that aquaculture operations stay within the surrounding ecosystem, carrying capacity, and can also lessen conflicts over resource use. This is quite true. Contohnya di Malaysia, we have aquaculture executive zone. This zone is already dedicated by the government. So if you want to open new fish farm, you cannot simply put your fish farm anywhere in any zone, because they are already dedicated zone for aquaculture, so that it will not cramped in one area. Norway's zoning laws, for example, ensure that salmon producers are not overly concentrated in one area to reduce disease risk and helping mitigate environmental impacts. I think most of the country, maybe they have this zoning approach. Okay, shift incentives to reward sustainability. A variety of public and private policies can give farmers incentive to practice more sustainable aquaculture. For example, Thai government provided shrimp farmers operating legally in aquaculture zone with access to free training, water supply, wastewater treatment. So it's kind of subsidy for your effort to remain sustainable. The government has also provided low interest loan and tax exemption to small scale farmers, helping them adopt improved technology that increase productivity, reduce pressure to clear new land. So if farmers are practicing a sustainable approach, they will be given reward, yeah, in the form of, if you want to send your workers to train, it's free of charge. You can use water supply free of charge. For example, wastewater treatment will be guided by the Department of Fishery, for example. So these are kind of incentives, so that more and more operators, aquaculture operators, will follow the sustainable aquaculture practice. Leverage the latest information technology. This is like yesterday. Yeah, advances in satellite mapping technology, ecological modeling, open data, connectivity, all this will encourage sustainable development growth. A platform integrating this technology could help governments improve spatial planning and monitoring, help the industry plan for and demonstrate sustainability, and help civil society report success stories and hold industry and government accountable for wrongdoings. Okay, sustainable seafood. There's, if you read magazine or even website or any social platform, there's always some people promoting sustainable seafood. What is sustainable seafood? There are three factors that we may consider when we are talking about sustainable seafood. Number one is carbon footprint. I'm sure, I hope you know what does it mean by carbon footprint. Most of the seafood consumed, for example, in US, imported from China in from our country. If it is fresh fish, for example, of fresh shrimp, it will be flown to US using ice, which require a lot of energy. When we use or consume a lot of energy, meaning this is not good to the environment. So in this case, the ideas, people said that buying frozen or canned fish is better alternatives in terms of carbon footprint. Okay, biodiversity. Eating a wide variety of seafood is very important for protecting our ocean's diversity rather than sticking to certain fish species only. If we want to be sustainable, we are not encouraged to eat one type of fish alone. It's better to have a variety of species because we don't want to suppress, we don't want to, what do you call, only exploiting one species at a time, because this is not good for that particular species. 3 is catch method. When you buy your seafood, you must consider how it was raised. Is it using ponga, cage, is it wild? Seafood generally falls into 1 or 2 categories, farm or wild caught, right? Whether it's from aquaculture or from the sea or from the river. So some believe that wild caught fish is healthier fish product. Yeah, in the, what do you call? In many countries, some people believe like that. They don't like aquaculture fish. They said, oh, it's not healthy. They are eating contaminated feed with antibiotics and all that. But generally, when you are talking about sustainability, fish caught from the sea even more unsustainable, because when you go out to the sea to catch the fish, you are using trawlers, right? Big or small, they will dredge, or the bottom trawlers method will dredge the substrate, and very damaging actually to the ocean life. Some will caught very small fish, still they are taken. They are not yet actually fit for human consumption. They are only juvenile or even fry. So these are the issue with the wild caught fish, because for aquaculture you can decide what size that you want to harvest. Unlike in the sea, when you catch the fish using trolling or in any types of netting, for example. So this very difficult for you to choose to segregate the size of the fish that you caught from the sea. So this is essentially drag-weighted nets across the ocean floor, disrupting the marine habitat, capturing organisms we don't even end up eating, which is true. Yeah, we might get some barnacles, some other aquatic organism that is not, for example, commonly eaten. So this will disrupt the ecosystem. So you have to consider this factor when it comes to promoting sustainable food. Okay. we are encouraged to eat low fish that are low in food chain. What does it mean? Fish farming can ease pressure on marine ecosystem if farm fish don't need large amount of wild fish in their diet, meaning if you don't feed your fish with trash fish. Consumers should therefore demand species that fit low on food chain or low trophic. I will discuss more on this later on. Low trophic species such as white tilapia, catfish, carp, bivalve, because for example, tilapia are omnivorous, they're not carnivorous, so they are easily accepting formulated diet. Unlike, for example, grouper is not a fish that are low on food chain. Yeah. Bivalve, you don't have to feed them. So the food chain, it is a low trophic species, for example. You don't have to spend money to buy feed for bivalve. You just need to hang in the line in the estuaries or coastal areas, and then will become they will grow there because they are filter feeder. So this kind of fish actually considered low food chain. In emerging economies where consumption of low trophic species is still dominant, emphasis should continue with this species even as billions of people enter the global middle class in coming decade, meaning to say more and more people will have buying power, meaning to say, of course, they will go for a more high demand, more fancy fish species that, claim to be tastier, like marine fishes and all that, tuna. So that is another issue that we need to think about. At the same time, because fish are a major source of nutrition for more than 1 billion poor people in developing world, growing aquaculture to meet the food and nutritional needs of this consumer will be essential. Okay, I want to show you this one.
Aquaculture is becoming an increasingly important global food source. And with this growth comes urgent, unanswered questions about the interactions of aquaculture operations, both positive and negative, with our ecosystems. At the Nature Conservancy, we are focusing on addressing many of these important questions by bringing together scientists and industry in Tomales Bay, California, right in San Francisco's backyard, to monitor one particular ecosystem, eelgrass.
Eelgrass is important in estuary ecosystems because it is a habitat-forming species, so it's home for a lot of invertebrates and fish. It's a nursery habitat for juvenile stages of fish, including some commercially important fish species. The existing paradigm is that aquaculture activities are harmful to seagrasses. However, our partners at Hog Island Oyster Company have observed that in some instances, the eelgrass that's adjacent to their aquaculture gear will expand into their leases and grow in and around their gear.
We've been farming shellfish in this location, Tomales Bay, for just about 35 years. And I'm a big believer in that this is one of the most sustainable ways to grow animal protein or seafood. The prime areas for doing that are all in these near-shore environments, which is where these resources like eelgrass are.
Being in a business where you're trying to understand impacts, this is what we're about, and trying to understand that using science is really an important part of this. We've seen changes out here, and let's say over the past 30 years, we've seen the growth and the expansion of the eelgrass beds. We'll have buffer areas that all of a sudden the eelgrass has moved in. We have questions that need to be answered over time. What are our impacts? What are the benefits and the negative effects?
To have a tool developed that is cost effective enough that growers in general can use would be hugely beneficial, because there's uncertainty around some of these environmental interactions. And I want to understand this system and understand our effects, negative, positive. This is such a great study because it's going to help us answer some of these questions, hopefully not just in Tomales Bay, but in bays all around this country.
To answer these questions, our team is launching drones directly over Hog Island Oyster Company's shellfish farming operations to monitor the growth of eelgrass over time. If proven to be effective, we can put this monitoring tool in the hands of farmers, allowing the aquaculture industry to contribute valuable, consistent information about eelgrass ecosystems and impacts of their aquaculture operations.
The researchers at UC Santa Cruz are providing the detailed ground truth information about where the eelgrass is, and then we can use that to find out what we're seeing on our images.
This project, being that we were covering a little bit larger area and having it go on for multiple years, can start to answer some of the questions or the trends that I think that we've seen anecdotally over the years. In talking to the Nature Conservancy, there was a real understanding that was important, and they really leaned in on this to help us develop a study, find academic partners who could look at this issue in that realm, and hopefully develop a tool that will help answer some questions. The thing is we are the best partners to get this data because we're out there all the time anyhow. And we should know and want to know about what's going on in our fields, if you will. So to me, this is what's really exciting about this project.
The need for this type of research to fill gaps in our knowledge about eelgrass aquaculture interactions has never been more urgent. Collaborative projects that unite industry, scientists, and new technologies have the potential to help promote healthy ecosystems and change the way we supply sustainable seafood from aquaculture.
Okay. Okay, we continue, yeah. Okay, let's have a look. How do we achieve? I have time to look at the question. One of the question, what we have done so far. Yeah, someone asked what we have done so far to achieve the 2030 SDG. So these are the things that have been done in one way to another, in one way or another in several parts of the world. Yeah. Okay, number one is feeds and feeding. We have changed a lot in the way we feed our fish so that we meet our goals. Health and disease, water quality, culture system, waste management. We will see this one by one, yeah? So let's go to the feeds and feeding. I have been touching about feeds these past 4 days. We know that our industry, especially marine fish farming, started with using fish to farm the fish, right? And this is not sustainable, like I said. So we reduce or stop using fish to feed farm fish. Maybe we can't stop 100% because there are certain stage of fish at the moment that they have to rely on fish or fresh food, especially at broodstock level. You know, for example, the grouper broodstock, it's still the best to feed them, to nourish them nutritionally using fish or squid. So we can only reduce, maybe we do some formulated feed broodstock also to reduce the use of fish or squid in our broodstock farming. So this is the approaches that we are taking to achieve the goal in 2030. Use of sustainable alternative ingredients in formulated feeds. This is what I'm doing in my lab. I replace fish meal, I replace fish oil with alternative ingredient. And then use of species-specific feed formulation. Meaning to say, you don't use feed for grouper to feed your tilapia. It will be a waste of money because tilapia is a grouper feed is very expensive. So as much as possible, we educate our farmers to use species-specific feeds. Meaning to say the feed is formulated specifically for that particular fish. Okay, see this trash fish. Yeah, we are using a lot of this kind of fish to feed our farm fish. This is marine fish. Yeah, normally when we culture our marine fishes, Asian sea bass, grouper, or whatever marine fishes, carnivorous marine fish. Normally we use this. Yeah, but of course now reducing already. What is the disadvantage? Why we don't want to encourage the farmers to use trash fish? First, its supply is not reliable. Sometimes it depends on what season. If it's rainy season or, you know, what you call storm or whatsoever, you will not have your fish supply. The price is also fluctuate. You will not have the same price every day. This third one, FCR, is very important because if you use trash fish to feed your fish, normally you get very high FCR. High doesn't mean good, yeah. FCR value, the higher the value, the inefficient the feed. Meaning to say, if you want to have good FCR, it has to be below 2, 1.5, for example. That's considered good FCR or even below that. So when you use trash fish, you will end up with very high value FCR, for example, more than 5 or even 15, because fish contain about 70% water. They cannot be converted into flesh of fish as efficient as when they feed on pellet, on formulated feed. And of course, when you use trash fish, if they are not that good quality, you know, this will be, this can be a source of pathogen, and you will end up having disease outbreak in your farm. And of course, how do you store this kind of feed? You need refrigerator, right? You need freezer. And if you have a lot of fish to store, you need a lot of freezer also, or cold room, which is very costly. Unlike a pelleted feed, we don't have to put in a freezer. Is a good ventilation room is sufficient. And of course, the issue with exploitation of pelagic fish. If you notice, the fish that we use to feed the fish is the pelagic type, small fish. But we are also consuming pelagic fish, even though this fish is like this, but us also the consumer for this one. So they, meaning to say, there is a demand for human consumption also. At the same time, we give it to the fish. And of course, you will have issue with water quality. Normally, if you culture your fish in the tank, you give trash fish, easily your water will deteriorate very fast. Or even in cages, for example, if you use this, the fish will break up easily. Normally 30% will end up uneaten. They, especially grouper, they have large mouth. They will tear this fish, whole fish, and then it break up into smaller part, which some will be settled down to the bottom, and over time it will have sedimentation and becoming a source of parasite, other animal attracted to it and become, for example, too high nutrient, it becomes sometimes plankton bloom and cause a lot of issue with the water quality surrounding your cages. So there are many disadvantages. So I hope if you, let's say, having an opportunity to go out to the farm, if you see this kind of approaches, you may want to share your opinion. Of course, you don't straight away say, oh no, this one, you cannot use this, something like that. But at least you share your knowledge. Why is it not, we don't encourage using trash fish? Okay. So the solution for that trash fish, we encourage our farmers using pellet or formulated feed. But formulated feed also is not without issue. Formulated feed is still using fish-based ingredient. The protein came from fish meal. The lipid came from fish oil. Fish meal is made of the pelagic fish. Fish oil, the same, also extracted from the pelagic fish. So when we comes to the issue with sustainability, still we are facing the same issue as trash fish. So that's why we are looking at alternative. We want to replace or reduce the use of fish meal and fish oil. So what happens if we replace fish meal or fish oil with other alternative, normally from plant protein, like soybean, you know, we will still have a long way to go, because when we put too high plant protein to replace fish meal, we will have issue with palatability. Palatability means they're not that, they don't taste good for fish. Yeah, digestibility will be reduced because, you know, plant protein, fish don't have enzyme to digest carbohydrate that high. Nutrient deficiency is also another issue, because most plant protein will not have the same profile of amino acid. For example, as fish, they have different profile. They are lacking in certain essential amino acid, for example, methionine or even lysine. These are the essential fatty amino acid that should be in the diet of fish. So there are many issues also with plant protein. And of course, plant protein, most of it will have anti-nutritional substance in it, which will reduce the performance or may affect the growth performance of your fish. Okay, I just want to share with you what we are doing in our lab. These are the example of my early papers, early publication on replacement of fish meal with poultry byproduct meal, for example, in the diet of humpback grouper, Chromileptis altivelis. In this experiment, we are trying to replace fish meal with poultry byproduct meal. I use different types of poultry byproduct meal, different quality, at different replacement level. For example, from 50%, 75%, or even 100%. So it turned out that poultry byproduct is actually quite good. They can replace up to 75% of fish meal. So meaning if we able to replace significant amount of fish meal, we can reduce the price, because fish meal is far more expensive than poultry byproduct. And at the same time, in terms of sustainability, we will promote sustainability in the sustainable industry by not depending on fish-based product. So we reduce our dependency on fish-based ingredient. In this experiment, also I use the same fish species. I replace fish oil with vegetable oil. There are different types of vegetable oil that I use palm oil, different types, the crude and also the refined one. And then I also tested canola oil, soybean oil, and we use fish oil as the control. And it turned out that at least 50% of fish oil can be replaced by this tested vegetable oil, meaning again, we can reduce the price of the feed because like fish meal, fish oil also very expensive. So the issue here for marine fish, they have requirement for omega-3 fatty acid. So we can replace 100% because if you replace 100%, your diet will be deficient in omega-3. That's why in this study, we are trying to study the level that is safe for fish to consume. And it turned out like 50% reduction of fish oil is okay for this particular species. So this is the effort to attain sustainability through feeding. Okay, another example. This one we done on feather meal as dietary protein source of African catfish. So we try different level from 0, 20, 40, 60, 80, or even 100%. But feather meal being, characterized by high fiber, turn out that they are not that promising in terms of replacing fish meal. Only about 20% are able to replace fish meal in the diet for African catfish. Yeah. Okay, let's have a look at this one. This is on ASEAN sea bass. We try to use different types of, not different types, different seaweed-based diet. I tried 3 species, yeah, Capoficus, Eucuma, and Sargassum. It turned out that only at 5% inclusion level, it turned out that they have ability to, improve the performance of the diet and also the fish when we put some amount of seaweed in the diet. But seaweed is a plant-based also, so we can't really use in very high amount. Okay, another work is using microalgae in the diet for shrimp, vaname. In our hatchery, we culture tilapia using green water system. So when we want to change the water in the tilapia tank, we normally throw away, we discharge the green water. So we think that this is, we can manipulate this by, instead of just throwing away the green water, we harvested, we concentrated the green water, which is mostly chlorella. So when we concentrated it, we developed it into the diet. We put at different level up to from 10, 20, 30 to 40. You know that chlorella contain good pigmentation. So when we develop diet with microalgae based formulation, we found that 10% will be able to support good growth of Pacific white shrimp, which is this Lithopeneus vaname. And at the same time, it can enhance the color because it contains carotenoid. Okay, on this one, we use the Macrobrachium rosenbergi, the freshwater prawn. This is larval stage, whereby we are trying to produce egg custard. You know, the larval stage of Macrobrachium, they eat custard form, right? So we are trying to formulate a custard for freshwater prawn using sustainable ingredient. In this case, we use we use palm oil to supply the lipid, and turn out it's a very good option and able to support the larva rearing phase of Macrobrachium. So this is again example on how to promote sustainability using alternative ingredient. Okay. Another example, this is, I think, a more recent papers from our group. We are using soy protein concentrate in this hybrid grouper. Yeah, so based on this trial, we found that based on regression analysis, 21.4%, yeah, of SPC, soy protein concentrate, can be used as a replacement of fish meal in this hybrid grouper, which is, I think, will be able to reduce the price of pellet, the diet. Okay, for this one, this is also a recent paper whereby we use black cricket insect as a protein source in shrimp. In this study, we are trying up to 50%, 10, 20, 30, and 40. So as I shared with you, I think few days ago, insect meal is a very promising protein. In this case, it able to replace 50% of fish meal in white leg shrimp or vaname. So one of the future ingredient, I would say, in aquaculture feed is insect. Okay, still on fish meal replacement. This one we ran a study on insect also, but different species, black soldier fly, Hemitia illusions. This is formulated for hybrid grouper, and we run digestibility coefficient, and it turned out that they are very digestible. Yeah, there is no issue in terms of digestibility when it comes to black soldier fly. Yeah, very, very good digestibility. Okay, this study is on using fish byproduct to replace fish meal. Fish byproduct means whatever byproduct, maybe the organs, the fins, some bones, the head part. We crush them, we turn them into powder and put in the formulation. In this study, we try from 0, 25, 50, 75, and even 100%. So very interesting. All fish based on this fish byproduct, better survival than the control. So meaning this is another potential, very high potential for you to consider using fish byproduct, especially if your place is very, very rich in fishery product. Let's say they are your place or where you're from, having the fishery industry. So definitely you have many byproducts, and this byproduct you can suggest to the industry to turn them into powder form, a protein source for fish, which is very good normally, is provided they are prepared according to a standard process. They are fresh, you know, the fresh, the raw quality material is good. Normally fish byproduct is a very good candidate for fish meal replacement. Okay, so we are done on the feeds and feeding. Now, how do we attain sustainability through health and disease management? We know that disease prevention and control are very crucial in order to maintain an efficient production. A good health status is also fundamental for welfare reasons. Remember, we don't want to torture our cultured fish. We want them to be healthy. In order to be efficacious, prophylactic measures should be based on knowledge of the interaction of the health triangle. This one I have shared with you yesterday, right? The disease interaction between the surrounding, the pathogen, this is pathogen, and the fish. Of course, you always hear prevention is better than cure. But how to achieve this, how to prevent before your fish is getting sick? You can do prevention via nutrition, optimum water quality, good husbandry. It will help your fish to be healthy. And disease treatment, if you are talking about sustainability, of course, we don't want to use the antibiotics, yeah, because you know it will develop resistance, the issue with the food chain later on, you know, end up in your body as consumer. And then alternative treatment, we use natural product, maybe herbs to treat certain disease type. Okay, again on the health and disease, we need to control the movement of animals onto the farm. This one I've shared a video. Destruction of clinically sick animal. If you have fish that is obviously sick, cannot be rescued, then might as well just destroy or yeah, kill them and breed proper using proper SOP. Emergency harvest of clinically healthy animals. Sanitary measures such as disinfection, this is important lah, like management of your hatchery, the use of hand net, the cleanliness of your culture tank, the area, all that. And following prior to stocking, meaning to say you need to have some rest in your pond, for example. Instead of after you harvest your shrimp, today, next week, you restock new one. You need to have some time, some rest by drying the pond, excavate all the sediment. After that, then only you put new water and do a new batch of culture rather than continuously using the same pond all over again, because this is quite dangerous. You might end up crushing the whole biomass once the disease attacking. Okay, let's have a look at this example on how do we use herbs or natural remedy for your sick fish. This one is about the leech, you know, the one I share with you, a paper that we publish using extract from neem leaves on how to control or to kill the leech. So it turned out that these herbs or these leaves is effective, yeah, to control. So rather than using chemical, you may consider using natural remedies. Same thing with this one, antiparasitic activity of medicinal plant, Dillenia sufroticosa, against marine leech also in its phytochemical composition. So in this study also, we are using herbs to control or to kill the disease, kill the pathogen, sorry. Okay, done on health and disease management. Now, how do we attain sustainability via water quality management? Water quality includes physical, chemical, biological factors that influence the water profile. There are many water quality variables relevant to aquaculture, but only a few of these are essential to be controlled by producers due to their significant impact. For example, dissolved oxygen, salinity, pH and also the nutrients. These are the most important one. And of course, your water source should be free from pesticides, heavy metals, and other contaminants. Okay, let's have a look at water quality management. In order to recognize the condition of the pond bottom, soil pH, organic matter, and redox potential for oxidized or reduced pond bottom condition have to be monitored regularly. Redox potential of pond sediment should not exceed about 200 MV. Water parameters that should be monitored routinely in ponds during the culture stage are temperature, pH salinity, DO, and transparency, or even turbidity, if you want to use the term. pH must be at optimum level, about 7.5 to 8.5. Yeah, it should not vary more than 0.5. The difference in salinity not exceeding 5 ppt in a day will help reducing stress on the shrimp. So you need to maintain the salinity if you are culturing marine species or brackish water species. Optimum range of transparency is about 25 cm to 35 cm. The unionized form of ammonia nitrogen must be less than 0.1 ppm. Any detectable concentration of hydrogen sulfide is measured as undesirable. So hydrogen sulfide is very dangerous. It should not appear in your water system. Okay, periodical water exchange as and when required will help in maintaining the water feature in the optimal range. The use of aerators result in mixing of water at the surface and bottom, and breakdowns they do and thermal stratification. The use of inputs without proving efficiency must be strictly avoided. And then discharge water from the pond has to be accepted into a treatment system pond. Like I said, before you release the wastewater, there must be some settlement pond. Yeah, this is extremely important. Okay, when it comes to water, how do we treat the water, or how do we implement a system that can use water efficiently? I have shared some of the information on recirculating aquaculture in the previous lecture. I will share more about this again today, because in our effort to achieve sustainability, RAS system is one of the systems that is recommended for the farmers to consider, because this is efficient, because you don't use flow through water. It is a waste of water, right? So recirculating, you use the same volume of water, it just recirculate, filtered, and then reuse. So this fits the concept of sustainability. So instead of the traditional method of growing fish outdoors in open ponds and raceways, this system rears fish at high density in indoor tank with controlled environment. Recirculating system filter and clean the water for recycling back through fish culture tank. New water is added to the tank only to make up the splash out, the one dry out and evaporate, for that use to flush out waste material. Okay, this is actually the picture is from our own hatchery here in University Malaysia Sabah. This is the tank that we use to culture our brood fish. This is recirculating system, yeah. So fish grown in RAS must be supplied with all conditions necessary to remain healthy and to grow normally. They need a continuous supply of clean water at temperature and DO content that is optimum for growth. A filter, normally biofilter, is used in RS, RAS, necessary to purify the water and remove or detoxify harmful waste product and uneaten feed. So fish must be fed a nutritionally complete feed on a daily basis to encourage fast growth and survival. Okay, hang on. I just want to share with you the RAS system.
Ketahui khasiat Nestle penuh krim. Penuh kebaikan, penuh potensi.
In traditional recirculation aquaculture, toxic to fishes remain in water. Ozone sterilization also involves a risk of residual oxidant. Sterilization with ultrafine bubbles that uses only oxygen is a safe method and is free from these risks. Ultrafine bubbles have cleaning effect, making rearing tanks, channels, and piping resistant to dirt. Cleaning effect of ultrafine bubbles are also appreciated, for example, in pipe cleaning in food industry plants. This effect reduces the frequency of large-scale cleaning operations for rearing tanks. Accordingly, it is possible to reduce stress to fishes and the number of workers. Ultrafine bubbles also have bacteriostatic effects to retard decay of excess feed and dead fishes in breeding water tanks. This prevents deterioration of water quality and bad odor. This table shows the result of bacteriological examination in CFU, colony forming unit, of rearing tank and Aqauculture company, using oxygen UFB. The bacterial count in rearing tank is limited to only 32 CFU. It is very scarce. Usually the bacterial count of fish rearing tank attains 10 to the 5th, 6th power CFU. So we can clearly understand that UFB has the extremely wonderful bacteriostat activity. Does the ultrafine bubble really exist? This is a movie showing the generation of ultrafine bubbles by using Aquananox in an experimental facility. Aquananox uses the static fluid mixer, the Raymond Nano mixer, which is our patent technology. Oxygen and salt water are together passed through the mixer under pressure using a submerged pump, thereby generating ultrafine bubbles. We analyze sample fluids thought to contain ultrafine bubbles generated by Aquananox using a nanoparticle analyzer nanosite. By illuminating ultrafine bubbles with a laser ray, scattered light of the bubbles can be observed microscopically. Substances in nanoscale are found to be moving slightly. This is called Brownian motion. The movie on the screen shows Brownian motion of the ultrafine bubbles. According to the measurements resulted from the analysis of the ultrafine bubbles using nanosite, 200 million bubbles per milliliter of ultrafine bubbles with the average particle size of 167 nanometers were generated. This is a surprising number, indicating that only 1 milliliter of water contains 200 million bubbles in nanoscale. That is a fraction of a millionth of 1 millimeter. Aqauculture Corporation in Enoshima, Hiroshima Prefecture, Japan. We, Aqauculture Corporation and Nanox, cooperatively developed a closed recirculating aquaculture system using oxygenated ultrafine bubbles. As of May 2014, we are culturing fishes in the aquaculture facility of Aqauculture for about 8 months. Representative species are tiger puffer, scorpionfish, and black scraper. There have been no adverse effects, such as gas bubble disease and other fish disease. In addition, it is noteworthy that growth period has been reduced. In the present growth rate of fishes, it is expected that tiger puffer will reduce its growth time by 10 months, and scorpionfish and black scraper will reduce by 4 months. Of course, reducing growth period will give benefit to fish farmers suffering from profitability. As introduced so far, closed recirculating aquaculture system using oxygenated ultrafine bubbles allows high productivity and stable production. Comparing to sea-based aquaculture or other land-based aquaculture, it is possible to reduce costs significantly. This system is expected to be further applied to various fish species. In future, reduce. Comparing to sea-based aquaculture or other land-based aquaculture, it is possible to reduce costs significantly. This system is expected to be further applied to various fish species. In future, we hope to produce tilapia and catfish that are attracting attentions as edible fish resources in large quantities and fervently hope to contribute to solve one of the global issues that is the food problem.
Okay, I hope you learned something from the video. You know, RAS is not free from problem, but in this video, if you can see, this is a Japanese technology. The RAS is equipped with additional feature, which is ultra fine bubbles. It's a nano bubbles, yeah. It's also having ozone, whereby this system with these ultra fine bubbles able to increase the production, on production also becoming more stable. It is also said here that less stress to the fish. So meaning to say, RAS has been introduced long time ago, right? It's nothing new about recirculating system, but from time to time, people are always innovate, come out with new invention to add to the existing technology, which is RAS technology. But this technology can always be improved from time to time, so that we can improve fish production, the better water quality and all that, which is contribute to the sustainability of our fish farm. So what I'm trying to say here, this is the purpose of intensifying technology. Yeah, from the existing technology, we utilize it, we observe what is the gap, what is the disadvantages, what is the challenge, and from there we understand, oh, this one we need to change and this one we need to improve. That's how people come up with new innovation. Yeah, by having to understand the issue, the problem that we are facing with the current system. Then after that we learn with the intensification of the technology. In this case, they are introducing ultra fine bubbles. Okay, I have another video here. What is this? Okay, I will continue with the video later. I will continue with the lecture first. Okay. Okay. Done on the water quality. Now we are looking at how do we manage waste from aquaculture. Aquaculture is always associated with waste in the environment. We are even accused of the #1 source of waste to the sea, for example. So we don't want that to happen, and we want to correct that perception also, because there are always ways to manage waste properly. So we have to understand what are the wastes that we produce from our farm. First, aqua feed. We are using pellet. we are using feed in our farm, which will produce, definitely will produce waste. We are using chemical, for example, chlorine, hormones, or whatsoever chemical that we have in our lab or in our hatchery, in our farms, that will be end up in the environment. And pathogens, from time to time, our system will be infected by parasite, bacteria, like it or not, virus. So all these will be regarded as pathogen, which is dangerous to the environment. We don't want the bacteria that infected our fish becoming spread to the natural environment. Of course, solid waste. There are many types of solid waste that is may be produced from your farm. And of course, the dissolved waste. Okay, let's have a look one by one. Aqua feed waste, waste from the feed. Feed is a major source of waste in aquaculture systems, and this waste production depends on many factors, including the nutrient composition, how much protein, how much lipid, how much mineral you put inside your formula. And then what is the method of production? Are you using extrusion technology or just the normal pelleting? Because extruded diet tends to be more stable in water compared to the normal pelletizer non-extrusion technology. If it's unstable in water, the chances the nutrient leach out to the environment is very high. So all this must be taken into consideration. Ratio of feed size to fish size, of course. If you're giving your small fish with large size pellet, it might be end up a waste. In general, the rule of the thumb, the size of the pellet should not be more than 25% of the mouth of your cultured animal, so that they can easily swallow or ingest the feeds. Quantity of feed per unit time, of course, you need to determine how much to give to the pond, to the cages, so that it will not end up in the environment if you give too much. Feeding method, are you using hand feeding or are you using feeder machine? If you're using hand feeding, it's okay. You can stop when you see fish already not interested to eat, or they don't have appetite anymore. You can stop because you are feeding your fish manually by hand. That is the advantage of feeding by hand. But if you use like feeder machine, you set the timer, for example, automatic feeder, 8 o'clock and 5 o'clock. But if happen at that time, fish is not that, they don't really have appetite to eat, but your feeder will still release the same amount of feed, which will be a waste. So all this need to be consideration. That's why with technology, people come out with new innovation. For example, demand feeder that only, when feed will be released according to the demand of the fish. And of course, storage time. If your feed is stored too long, it might deteriorate in quality or oxidize. Feed that is oxidized will be toxic to your animal and even will not be palatable. Fish won't like it. They don't eat it and end up in the environment at the bottom of your cage, for example. So high protein, low digestibility, and low stability feed will definitely pollute water at a very high rate. Yeah, protein, it's made of what? Yeah, the nitrogen, the N will be the source of the pollution later. Yeah, the ammonia will be released as a result of high protein diet. Of course, when your feed is not digestible, it will not be absorbed by the body of the fish, but will be released as feces. So feces is a kind of waste, and your feed is not stable. Definitely it will pollute your water. Okay, another form of waste, chemical. Current aquaculture practices generally put strict limits on the use of chemical in fish farm, which is true. There are more and more awareness about the harmful effect of chemicals, and some chemical are still used in the form of medication. Sometimes it's still used, because there is no alternative yet that is using natural ingredient, for example, or even disinfectants and antifoulants. Antifoulant, when you use cage netting, the net is normally coated with some antifoulant, so that is not easily foul by any algae, for example. So antifoulant is a kind of chemical, which is, when you use this net with antifoulant, it will leach out to the environment. Medication used for chemotherapeutic purposes include, of course, we don't encourage antibiotic, anesthetic, ectoparasiticides, endoparasiticide, and vaccine, also a kind of waste. Salt are mainly used to reduce stress in fish. Lime is being used to treat pond bottoms for acidity, and other chemical also considered not harmful are also used. Although these chemicals are important to fish culture, they may have potential negative impacts to the environment. As pond water is released as effluents, it flows into natural water bodies. The effect of any chemical waste on natural water system depends on the concentration of chemical use, the farm size, and the size of receiving water body. Okay, another form of waste, pathogens. The discharge of pathogen in aquaculture effluent and wastewater may have negative effects, like I said just now, on natural water bodies, which have their own pathogenic loads. And receiving additional loads from fish culture system triggers stress or mortalities. Aquaculture pond effluent is typical in open floor or semi-intensive pond, and the use of organic fertilizer in aquaculture in many countries can increase pathogen level also. For example, for organic fertilizer used in some areas like cattle blood waste, manure from cattle, swine, and poultry can contribute to high levels of fecal streptococci. So we need to be careful when we apply organic fertilizer also. Okay, solid waste. Solid waste are primarily derived from uneaten feed and also feces, the fish feces. Also, the dead fish. That's why you need to have a proper SOP to bury, to dispose your dead fish. Solid waste can be further classified as suspended and settled solid. Suspended solid are fine particles suspended in the water and most difficult type of solid to remove. Settled solid are larger particles than settled within a short period of time than easily removed from the culture system. Solid waste can be harmful to your fish, so you need to effectively remove as soon as possible. They can clog your fish gills and lead to death, and especially if large particles involved. If left for a long time and allowed to decompose, this waste lead to increase in both total suspended and total dissolved solid. They may also increase the nitrogenous compound and stress the culture fish. And if you leave solid waste in the system with aerobic bacterial activity, this will increase BOD. Yeah, within the culture column. And then if properly managed farm where aquafeeds are properly stored, effectively fed and the right size used, approximately 30% of the feed will become solid waste. This is in the case of properly managed farm. So imagine properly managed farm also say that the aquafeed they use, 30% will become waste. So only 70% is consumed by the fish. So imagine is in the farm that is not properly managed, meaning to say the waste will become more above 30%, which is not only harming the environment, but also a loss to the aquaculture producer, because if feed end up as a waste, that will reduce your FCR, meaning it's not efficient. How do we remove solid waste? Solid removal is accomplished by either you can do sedimentation, sand or mechanical filter. Screening of floating bead filters have been better solid removal efficiency compared to sedimentation basin, though total solid removal is not also possible with screen filters. A properly designed circular tank with inlets, drains, and filter can remove majority of the solid waste from the tank. It is easier to remove solid waste from recirculating aquaculture system than from flow-through aquaculture system. The only way of removing solid waste from the pond culture is by desilting, which is done after 2 or more fish culture rounds. Okay, now let's have a look at dissolved waste. These are products of the food metabolism in fish or decomposed uneaten feed, and the two major components of concern are nitrogen and phosphorus product. These two elements are important components of protein and the main part of fish feed. So we know that feed is one of the major contributor to waste, aquaculture waste, because we know fish feed contain high protein. When we talk about protein, there's always component of the N and the P, the phosphorus, nitrogen, phosphorus. This will contribute to the waste. Okay, like I said here, 25 to 50%. So meaning half of the N and P retained in the body of the fish. The rest are going to be released as waste. Amount of nitrogen, phosphorus retained by the fish varies, with average nitrogen retained ranging from 25 to 30% to 10 to 49% and 17 to 40% for phosphorus retention. So imagine there will be a lot of portion that will not be utilized by the fish. Fishes contain about 3.6 to 35% nitrogen and 15 to 70% phosphorus, while the amount of nitrogen and phosphorus as excretory products were 37 to 72% and 1 to 62% respectively, meaning nitrogen is higher in terms of waste rather compared to phosphorus. So nitrogen is mainly excreted in dissolved form as ammonia, NH3, while phosphorus is excreted as a particulate matter. So now you know where is the dissolved waste coming from. How do we remove this dissolved waste? Different techniques available for nitrogen removal, but nothing really for removing phosphorus so far. This may be partly due to the fact that phosphorus is not toxic to culture fish, unlike nitrogen, which has toxic form like ammonia and nitrate. So the concern here is the end waste, because end waste will end up as ammonia and nitrite. So phosphorus level are reduced in culture system through their decrease in aquafeed. So meaning if as much as possible we reduce phosphorus in the diet by the inclusion of phytates to increase the bioavailability. So this, I think I have touched this on a few days ago about bioavailability. If your diet high in phosphorus, most likely your waste also very high in phosphorus. If you don't want that to happen, you can add enzyme, what we call phytates, in the diet so that the phosphorus in your diet will be bioavailable to the fish. It will not be waste to the environment, but fish will consume it because it is available biologically. So through efficient and quick removal of solids, since larger amount of phosphorus are released in particulate form. Okay.
Prof Rosita,
Yeah.
still have 3 minutes. Do you
Okay.
continue or we just open the question and answer session?
Okay. Do we want to open for question now?
I think so, if you don't mind.
Okay, sure. Silakan. If you have any question, you can put in the chat box or even you can use the microphone.
Yeah, for all participants, if you have any question, please, you can raise your hand or you can write to the chat.
I think there is one question here in the chat box. Angga Putra Aditya Pratama. I read the question, yeah.
Oh, yes.
What processes have been implemented or planned to make aquaculture progress by 2030? I think I have answered some of your I've answered most of your question here, because like you said, we have a different approach. So most of the approaches that I share here are being implemented in different parts of the world. Yeah, most people have been implementing it now. So that is what we are doing to achieve the sustainability. And we want it to continue, and more advanced maybe approach should be considered also. Okay, I hope I answered that. Any more?
Mas Angga, how about the answer? Okay, I think it's already answered. And then who next will give the question? Please raise your hand, or maybe you can type in chat box. Oh yeah, please, Maisha, you can open your mic.
Hello, good morning. For Mrs. Rosita, I want to ask about integrated aquaculture. In your opinion, how about integrated aquaculture system, for example, like aquaponic, since it is quite popular in Indonesia? They usually combine between vegetable farming and catfish or tilapia aquaculture. And what do you think, is it could also help to achieve the SDG goals effectively, or just not so effective? Or is the integrated aquaculture system also possible to apply in marine aquaculture? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mesha. A very good point by Mesha, because there will be a part in the lecture later discussing about integrated aquaculture. Actually, this is one of the ways, one of the approaches for sustainable aquaculture. Is very good that Indonesia practicing this, yeah, combining fish with what you call some vegetables, some plant, or even seaweed with mussel, the bivalve. This is one of the approaches that we recommend in our effort to achieve or to support sustainability in aquaculture. That's very good, Misha. Definitely, this is what we are recommending to the people. And I will have a few slides on that. Not aquaponic per se, but still on the same concept, what we call IMTA. So that one I will share with you later on the concept of multi-trophic species. Okay. I hope I answer your questions.
Okay, thank you, Prof Rosita. How, Meisa? Okay, I think it's already answered the question. And then for the next question, anyone will give your question? Okay, I think there is no question yet. So probably I will ask one question, Prof Rosita.
Yeah, silakan.
Okay, so why in your presentation said like the use of herbs is recommended to manage the disease or the health of the fish, but as we know, like in the herb is contain many compounds. If we compare with the single compound drugs to manage the disease. So in my opinion, I think if we use the herbs, the many compound that we don't know probably also will give many impact for the environment and also for the fish. How about this in your opinion?
Okay, thank you, Dynami. It's a very good question from you. Like I said yesterday, when you want to use some natural remedies, medicinal plant, whether it is as it is, you know, when you, let's say you use one herb, you change the herbs into powder form, you can use directly, but like you said, it contains so many nutrient or anti-nutrient in it, which we don't know, right? Or the other way is you can extract specific compound of it out of the herbs. So either one is being practiced. That's why there's so many research doing this to see whether if I use whole herbs, you know, without extracting the bioactive components, what is the response of the target animals? So if we prove that the target animal is happy with that, why not? If not, then we know that, oh, there must be something that is not working with using the whole herbs. So it's better, maybe I just want to isolate one bioactive compound because the other compound is no good for the fish or to the environment, for example. So there is, what do you call that? Not all cases the same. That's why there are so many research about the using of natural herbs or herbs in aquaculture. Like tomorrow I will be sharing you these medicinal plants and animals topic. So yeah, it is very hard to say that it's good or not good, but depends on what species, you know. It may work on certain species, it may not work on other species. That is my answer.
Okay, thank you, Prof Rosita. Okay, all participants, do you still have any question? Okay, please, Melinda, you can open your mic.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Does my voice good?
Yes, good enough.
Okay, all right. in the slide, what is sustainable aquaculture? In the number 2, there is explanation about meet present needs without compromising the ability for future generations to meet their needs. And then my question is, how human can meet present needs without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their needs? Because I think future generation is very important to meet the needs of today. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. What you said is very true. That is the definition of what we want to achieve. Yeah, we doesn't mean we will be able to achieve it, right? That is the definition of sustainable aquaculture, whereby the spirit is to make it available in the future. What you have now, let's say now we have different size of garupa fish or ikan lele or whatsoever ikan that we have. We want later on 50 years after this, that generation still have this ikan lele. We don't want this ikan lele to extinct due to some reason. So that is the concept of sustainability. But like you said, we may not, be able to maintain it. That's why we are trying our best to sustain. If it's not maybe 100%, there's some percentage that we achieve to maintain sustainability. Actually, it's very controversial also about the concept of sustainability, but we don't have choice. We need to work on it. Because if we just believe that, oh, there is no way that we can maintain what we have now until 50 years time from now. After all, dunia ini akan kiamat, I understand the point. But there must be some effort to achieve it. Otherwise, we are not doing anything to maintain what we are having on us. I hope you understand my point. I understand clearly the message that you want to highlight here. It sounds like to you it's not logic, How are you trying to achieve that without compromising the need of the future generation? That's why there may be some adaptation, like yesterday when I share with you about the 3D seafood. With the technology, now we are eating our real fish, but in the future, we are eating 3D fish, which is produced from fish-based ingredients, something like that. So it is a very long way and a lot of work from everybody. That's why I said everyone on earth must play their role. Otherwise, it's very difficult. Okay, that's my answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Melinda. Anyone who will give their question? Okay, I think there is no question yet. So, Prof Rosita, another question from me.
Sure.
So, in the SDG goal, we know like there are 17 or something like that. And then in the aquaculture people, the purpose also to how to produce the protein for the human. And then in another part, like in the animal husbandry, probably they will produce protein for the human. So how we synchronize between each part of this?
Okay, SDG is not apply only for certain sector. It's supposed to cover all sectors in the world, be it the what do you call factory, you name it, or has other animal, not aquaculture, like lembu, kambing, or even fruits, agriculture. SDG also apply there. It's not only in aquaculture. There are other producer, like you said, protein supplier in any other industry, from plant sources, from terrestrial domestic animals, chicken, everything. So the chicken industry also must follow SDG. Everything that we have in our food production system should follow the same. But in our case, we have a specific SDG is under goal number 14. But in other SDG, in other industry, they also have their own SDG, fall into one of the 17s. But for this purpose, I only concentrate on our SDG, which is number 14, that is directly under us. But of course, everyone, every sector in the world should practice SDG. Yeah. I hope I give you some answer. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Prof. So I think, yeah, probably in their sector also have the SDG, so we can synchronize between one sector to another sector.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any question from all participants? Bu Febri, do you want to ask question?
Oh, yeah, maybe I'm a little bit curious, Prof. If we replace the using of chemical like antibiotic to herb, for example, apa ya? Apakah penggunaan herbs, using herb more effective than using chemical antibiotic? From your experience, maybe you can share.
Okay, terima kasih. Actually, like my answer previously, is not the same case always. Yeah, at the moment, many farmers I know that still using antibiotics because the use of herbs or natural remedies is still very at infancy stage, meaning still very new. There is not much commercial product based on herbs for fish treatment. We're still using this different kind of chemicals actually to treat fish disease. Of course, we prefer the chemicals that approved by this what do you call our law lah. So as for now, honestly, the industry is to rely on the use of drugs. But since we are the academician, you know, the spirit, the message that we want to instill is we want to move towards a more organic or more green tech, a more natural approach. Even though the reality actually out there, of course, farmers, especially shrimp farming, still using antibiotic. We also cannot blame them 100% because they need to survive. If they don't use these drugs or even antibiotics, the chances of their shrimp will not be harvested, will not survive until the harvest time. So all this, I think, need to be considered also by the government. That's why maybe, because, for example, government also still cannot provide alternative to the drugs. So our role as a researcher is try to, you know, investigate as many natural remedy as possible. But normally our research end at the publication only. Is there any company wanted to buy your findings and turn it into commercial product? Another issue. So I know your concern. Of course, drug is a pure compound derived from several whatever substances, artificial or natural. Of course, this is more potent than if I just take a chunk of ginger, for example, I grind and then I treat my fish, maybe the drugs will provide a better result, for example. But the effect is to the environment maybe is not good compared to the ginger. So things like that, efficiency and your objective, sometimes contradict. Your objective is you want something that is working, at the same time is also environmental friendly. But sometimes the thing that you use, for example, the natural product might not have the same efficiency as the commercial drug. So definitely the industry will use the commercial drug. So these are many issues actually, but as academia, as what do you call a university student, we are trying to understand the concept. Yeah, the concept, so that hopefully the industry will be able to take up our research output, our research finding, and turn it into a commercial product. Okay, that's my answer.
Thank you, Prof.
All right.
All right, thank you, Bu Febri. Now is 9:46. Probably we will take a break, Professor, or do
Yeah.
you continue?
I think I prefer to have a break. I need to go to the washroom.
Okay, so we will take a break like 15 minutes. It's okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so probably we will start again at 10:02.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Prof Rosita.
Yeah.
So for all participants, we will break like a 15 minutes, and then we will come back again at 10:02. Yeah. Okay, everyone. Prof Rosita, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Please, you can continue your lecture.
Okay, thank you. So this is a continuation of the previous slide on removal of waste water. So sorry, this one, something wrong with this first sentence. Okay, RAS use biological processes to manage nitrogen through nitrification to convert toxic ammonia to the less toxic form of nitrate. So that's why for sustainability in aquaculture industry, we recommend the use of RAS system, because RAS will use biological filter that will be able to convert the nitrogen, especially from the feed, through the process what we know as nitrification. Yeah, it will convert the ammonia into less toxic form, which is the nitrate. Okay, and then research on nitrification processes of aquaculture effluents has led to the development of various media with different properties, advantages, and disadvantages. So this is another scope of research that you might interested. Yeah, different types of biofilters in RAS system. I've seen many types of biofilters people use in RAS. Yeah. Okay, let's have a look another approach that we think that will help the industry to sustain, which is the biofloc technology. We have touched on this a little bit in the previous lecture, biofloc technology. I'm sure you all here are aware about biofloc technology. This is one of fast emerging culture system where water is actually treated in situ in the production unit. Biofloc technology is actually a technique whereby it is based on the development and control of bacteria within the culture system with minimum or even zero water exchange. So microbe community contains heterogeneous mixture of microorganism, different type microorganism, yeah. Bacteria, and then the particles are colloid, organic polymer, cation, dead cells, a lot of mixture. So suspended heterogeneous protein particles are available as food to the cultured organism and contribute high quality protein. So this technology will help ensure maintenance of adequate water quality through uptake of ammonia to produce microbial proteins, and also to make available food for the culture fish, especially shrimp lah also yang paling banyak menggunakan biotech technology, ya, thus increasing efficient utilization of the aquafeed apply, improving FCR, and also consequently will reduce the cost. Okay, I share with you a biofloc technology. I don't know why it's no sound.
I'm Andrew Ray. I'm an assistant professor at Kentucky State University in the aquaculture program. And what we've done here is we've grown some shrimp in a biofloc aquaculture system. And so the biofloc approach is a recirculating aquaculture approach where we contain the water. We only exchange up to or around about 5% of the water throughout the entire life cycle of the animal. And so what that allows us to do is save water, and we can do things like grow marine animals in a place like Kentucky. We often situate these systems indoors, although people do operate biofloc systems outdoors, mostly in lined ponds. indoors, we can heat the tanks and we can grow shrimp all year round. Tilapia are also commonly grown in biofloc systems. There's been a lot of work with catfish, and there's a lot of potential for other animals too, especially animals that can eat some of the natural productivity in the water. So biofloc refers to particles that exist in the water column. We put animals in, we feed the animals a complete diet, and part of the food and the waste that's created from that turns into bacterial biomass. And this bacteria flocculates together in small particles that are visible with the naked eye. Some of them actually are a little smaller than what you can see with your naked eye. But these particles consist of bacteria, zooplankton. If the system's exposed to light, there's going to be algae in there, detritus, uneaten feed particles, and the like. And so these little particles that are in the water are what's given this water, this biofloc water, its color or its turbidity. And shrimp and tilapia are really good at eating these particles out of the water. They can actually filter or otherwise obtain these particles and eat them. And so what that does is recycles the nutrients that are put into the water. So we put the feed in, part of that turns into biofloc, and then the animals get a second chance to eat those nutrients. And so what we see in biofloc systems is we see much lower feed conversion rates. That is the amount of feed that we put in. If we put in, we have to put in about 1.3 pounds of food, and we get 1 pound of shrimp out. And so from an agriculture perspective, that's extremely efficient. And so with those types of feed efficiencies, the cost of feed is reduced. And feed is actually typically the most expensive recurring cost in an aquaculture production system. That's the real primary benefit of operating a biofloc system. The other types of systems we operate in this building, in our production technology building, are clear water recirculating aquaculture systems, where we use filters to take everything out of the water. And so for shrimp and tilapia and other animals, the biofloc systems are a little better for them probably. The systems, we're able to stock them at a very high density of animals as well. So we can get, in a small tank inside, we can get similar production to what you might be able to get in a much larger pond outdoors. Also, because the systems are indoors and they're heated, we can control temperature and we can produce shrimp or tilapia or other animals all year round. There's other animals that people are considering for biofloc systems, such as larval fish that have a high rate of cannibalism. There's some anecdotal evidence that suggests that because of the turbidity of these systems, cannibalism might be reduced. So there's a lot of potential for biofloc systems. One of the drawbacks to a biofloc system is that it's biologically rather complex. You have to understand, you have to have some base knowledge of what these bacteria are doing in the water column and how they interact with the animals that you're growing. And so you need to understand water quality. Also, the bacteria being in the water column consume a large amount of oxygen. We found that sometimes the bacteria can consume as much oxygen as the cultured animal itself. So we need aeration. Also, you have to control the concentration of biofloc. We do use filters. Typically, we use a foam fractionator in our saltwater systems, or we use a settling chamber, which is very simple. To grow saltwater species in a place like Kentucky, we simply use filtered tap water, and we add sea salt. This is a sea salt product that's actually made in Baltimore, Maryland, and we just simply add this sea salt to filtered water and bring it to whatever salinity we'd like to operate our system at. For our marine shrimp that we just harvested today, we grew them at 20 parts per thousand salinity, where full strength seawater on average is 35 parts per thousand salinity, so considerably less. We have another tank where we're growing shrimp at 10 parts per thousand salinity, so less than a third of the salinity of ocean water. So that's one of the things we're working on, is growing the animals at a lower salinity so that we don't have to buy as much salt, because the salt is reasonably expensive. But again, we reuse the water over and over again. Right now, people are pumping the water that we drain for our harvest. They're pumping it right back into the tank, and we're going to restock it with animals tomorrow. But what we found so far in our biofloc system indoors here in the production technology building at Kentucky State is that the water quality and the shrimp growth was very consistent throughout the entire culture cycle. We got about right about just under 2 grams per week of shrimp growth, which is very good. We're very pleased with that. And typically for marine shrimp, Little Penaeus phantomae, our Pacific white shrimp, we get them from a hatchery in Florida. And at that point, the shrimp are about 30 to 40 days old, but still they're very, very small. And we call those post-larvae. They're just past their larval stages. And so when we get the shrimp, they're usually about post-larvae 8s or 10s. And that means they're about 8 or 10 days past that larval stage. We put them into a nursery tank. And we can stock shrimp in our nursery tank at about 3,000 animals per cubic meter, maybe a little bit less if we're going to play it a little more safe. And we put them through the nursery phase for about 30 days. And at that point, they're about 1 gram in weight. And then we put them into our larger production tank that you saw that we harvested today. And we stocked those shrimp into that tank at 250 shrimp per cubic meter. Our next batch, we're going to stock at 350 per cubic meter. And if that's successful, I plan to go even higher than that. And so the idea is that we stock more shrimp, we get more biomass at the end. And if this is a farmer that's doing it, obviously they're going to make more money. So that's the way we stagger the production. By doing the nursery in a smaller tank at a higher density, we can conserve space. And so right now, our nursery shrimp are ready to go into the grow-out tank. We stock the nursery tank about 30 days prior to the harvest of the grow-out tank. That way, when we get the shrimp out of the grow-out, they're ready. There's a new batch ready to go right in. So our big production tank that takes up the most space is never, or virtually never, maybe just for a few minutes, it's empty. And that's how we can utilize space very efficiently, because when you're in an indoor building, you only have a certain amount of space, and you want to use it as efficiently as possible. The shrimp that we harvested today are about 26 grams in weight. So they grew from about 1 gram up to about a 26 gram shrimp. And our grow out cycle took just over 90 days. I think we're right at 95 days, if I'm not mistaken, to grow from about 1 gram to about 26 grams in size, average individual size for the shrimp. And that's a little bit under 20 shrimp per pound count, head on, fresh, whole shrimp. And now these shrimp are going to go to people's dinner plates, and they're going to enjoy them. Okay, here we have about 5 pounds of fresh, whole, head-on, never frozen, white shrimp that were produced indoors in our recirculating aquaculture system. And some of these shrimp we're going to take to various seafood distribution centers and chefs. We've got a chef who owns 2 restaurants in Lexington. We've got a restaurant owner in Lexington that owns 2 restaurants, and a food co-op that are going to take about 15 pounds of these. And they're going to give them to their clientele. They're going to prepare them in various ways. They're going to give us some feedback on the product. And we hope to learn what people like about the shrimp, maybe if there's things they don't like about the shrimp, especially things we could change through aquaculture or through post-harvest processes. And we hope to find out approximately what people might be willing to pay for these shrimp, so we can provide that information to potential farmers. All right, so if you have any more questions about indoor aquaculture systems, marine shrimp, biofloc, or anything else related to aquaculture, please feel free to contact me. Again, my name is Andrew Ray. I'm an assistant professor here in the aquaculture division at Kentucky State University.
Okay, I think it's enough. Okay, I hope you got some important facts there. in that video, if you notice, when they suggest, when they use biofloc for fish, for example, especially carnivorous fish, they said the possibility to reduce cannibalism is there, because biofloc, you know, the water become very muddy, so fish, maybe the vision is affected, they may not see their friends, so they don't have to quarrel. So there is a possibility to reduce cannibalism using biofloc. But of course, there are several advantages, as you can hear just now. Maybe, you know, the bacteria, a lot of bacteria in the biofloc system, you know, as a living organism, they also use oxygen. The amount of oxygen used by the bacteria, they said in this video, is the same as the amount of oxygen used by the fish, which is very critical aspect for the farmers to look into, especially in the needs of supplying enough aeration. And they really need to control the biofloc, what do you call, stock in the system, so that it will not be overly loaded with the bacteria. So to me, it's a very, very interesting to see the real, what do you call, setup of biofloc culture. Okay, let's have a look at IMTA. This is, someone asked me about integrated aquaculture just now, but these days people use a more, you know, a different term that is more famous now, which is integrated multi-trophic aquaculture, IMTA. Yeah, integrated multi-trophic aquaculture. This is a concept where aquaculture species of different trophic levels, meaning they're not from the same trophic level, they're having different feeding behavior. Yeah, grown together, fish with different behavior, in other words, grown together in a way that the invertebrates together with the aquatic plant can recycle the nutrient that are lost from the culture of the other species. So the concept here is to develop, to increase the sustainability of intensive aquaculture system using ecosystem-based approach. So this is IMTA, maybe slightly different from aquaponic. Normally aquaponic, they combine one or two plants with the fish, something like that, but more or less of the same concept. What are the advantages of IMTA system? Additional production of a marketable product for little or no additional input cost, because we are depending on other nutrient, other animal to produce the nutrient. I will show you the photo later. Decrease in waste output from overall farming activities. Of course, the waste is being recycled for the use of another cultured species. More environmentally sustainable farming operation, no or less reliance on fish meal or fish oil, low cost farming, considered low cost. Okay, so this is example of different aquaculture species of different multi-trophic, different trophic level. Fish, for example, tilapia or shrimp or some other marine species. They are different feeding behavior, right? This one are the bottom feeder, omnivorous. This can be carnivorous or omnivorous. These two need to be fed. Shrimp, fish, you need to provide feed. Okay, when you culture these two, you can combine with another trophic level of animal, which is the mussel. Mussel is not sharing the same feeding behavior as these two. This animal is a filter feeder. They don't need feed input. They extract organic material as their feed. And another one you may want to combine is the seaweed. This one also you don't need to feed, right? They are depending on the nutrient of the water, the surrounding. So how this thing works? Feed, fed animal. This one no need, this one no need. Yeah, so the feed, and then when the fish consume it, or even uneaten feed, or feed will produce feces of the undigested food, and then the feces will become a nutrient release that can be used by seaweed, or even this mussel will with filter feeder, meaning the plankton community will benefit from this nutrient, and the plankton can be used by the mussel. That is the concept of IMTA, integrated multi-trophic aquaculture. Culturing different species of different trophic level, different behavior in the same culture system. Okay, this is another example. For example, this is the cage or maybe tank lah, ataupun pen. Yeah, you have fish, normally pelagic fish, they are occupying the surface or middle area. And then on the bottom, you have your sea cucumber, for example. Yeah, inside this system, you also have some algae. And then maybe in the middle, you have some basket of shellfish, bivalve. And of course, inside you may have plankton also. So this different trophic level of animals will benefit from each other. Maybe the fish will be fed. This is the only animal or only species that will be fed for this culture system, and feces become detritus and then decompose and become a food for the sea cucumber. And also presence of what phytoplankton need nutrient, right? So phytoplankton will got the nutrient also from this organic matter, and then they bloom and the food for the bivalve. That is the concept. Same thing for the algae. Okay, hang on. I show you IMTA concept.
Here's why. Not everyone is cut out for the stock market. And what you should know if you seriously want.
Fisheries and Oceans Canada, or DFO, is researching new and innovative approaches that support the sustainable development of this country's aquaculture industry. Dr. Sean Robinson at St. Andrews Biological Station, New Brunswick, and Dr. Chris Pierce at the Pacific Biological Station in Nanaimo, BC, are DFO scientists involved in this research. They've been investigating various aspects of integrated multi-trophic aquaculture, or IMTA, as a new model of aquatic food production based on the concept of recycling. Robinson's work on IMTA began in collaboration with University of New Brunswick professor Dr. Thierry Chopin. It soon involved industry partners, research institutions, and universities from coast to coast. But what exactly is IMTA?
IMTA is a reasonably complicated way of just saying mixed farming. It involves the culture of a number of different species together, but not just randomly chosen. Each species basically has a function and a relationship to the other one.
Usually the main species is some sort of fed finfish species like salmon or sablefish. Then you would have plants like kelps that would take up the dissolved inorganic nutrients. You would have filter feeders like mussels, clams, cockles, oysters that would take up the fine particulate material. And then you would have the deposit feeding species like cucumbers, sea urchins, worms that would be directly underneath the farm that would take up the larger particulate organic material.
Much research has already been done on the seaweeds and filter feeders of the IMTA model. However, researchers are now turning their attention to the deposit feeder species and their potential for extracting fish waste and excess feed pellets.
And that's the important group for the environmental side of things, because that's where most of the organics are that are hitting the bottom, which are causing the eutrophication or the nutrient enrichment of the bottom sediments. Mostly in the zone just within the lease of the aquaculture cage, but those are the ones we want to try and capture. And that's where these new species are coming in. So one of the species that we've been focusing on as having a reasonable amount of potential as one of these extractive species in the benthic component are sea cucumbers.
To determine how effectively various deposit feeder species can recycle fish waste within an IMTA system, research projects were conducted by master's students on both East and West Coasts through the auspices of the Canadian IMTA network. Under Dr. Robinson's supervision, master's student Emily Nelson recently completed her studies of the northern sea cucumber at the St. Andrews Biological Station.
I just finished my research and it's really, really promising. One of the things we've been finding is that these sea cucumbers are capable of consuming the aquaculture waste. We're able to show that both in a laboratory setting and when they're feeding directly at an aquaculture site. And also we were able to show that they're really efficient at absorbing organic material. So they're absorbing between 79 and 85% of the organic material in every food that they're consuming. So in terms of IMTA, they're going to be very, very efficient and they're showing a lot of potential. So there's a lot of interest.
At the Pacific Biological Station and under the supervision of Dr. Chris Pierce, grad student Lindsay Orr studied a number of West Coast deposit feeders, including the California sea cucumber.
So these species will shovel the sediments into their mouth using their radial tentacles and digest the food and absorb the food. And in my studies, I did find that they do ingest the sablefish waste and they will absorb organic material from the sablefish waste. So this is promising because these are candidate species that we're hoping to co-culture with sablefish in British Columbia.
IMTA in Canada is still in the developmental stage, but field trials are showing promising results.
In the sea cucumber cages underneath the farm, the amount of organic material was reduced in relation to the amount of organic material in the control cages, suggesting that the cucumbers were taking up the organic material.
But IMTA deposit feeders are not only chosen for their ability to recycle the nutrients and wastes in and around fish farms, they are also selected for their market value.
One of the features of IMTA as a principle is that it's not just about production and it's not just about the environmental sensitivity or the greenness of the approach. I mean, it has all that, but it's also about the economics behind it. And one of the ways of helping industry involve is to give them a solution that ultimately doesn't cost them money, but actually adds to their bottom line at the end of the year.
So there's one company on the west coast of Canada that's currently involved in IMTA commercially, and that is Sea Vision Group Incorporated, that's headed up by Dr. Stephen Cross.
Basically, the collaboration that we have had with DFO and continue to share is largely through their scientists and through a shared graduate student or two or three. So we actually collaborate in design of experiments. One of the benefits of doing a multi-species model is that you're capitalizing on the ability of the animals that you select to serve in an ecological role. But at the same time, if you look at it from a business sense, for every scoop of feed that you throw into the cages, you are getting more for your bang for your buck. I mean, most of it goes into the fish. That which is released to the environment is intercepted, extracted, and converted into additional species. So we're actually getting more valued product for every scoop of feed.
And the market value of species such as the California red sea cucumber is increasingly significant, especially in Asian markets.
We are tapping into the market on the other side of the Pacific, and we won't be able to produce enough to really satisfy that kind of a marketplace.
On the east coast of Canada in New Brunswick, Cook Aquaculture is a key industry leader in collaborative IMTA research. They are already using the results of this research on a commercial scale to produce and market IMTA products in Canada. So what does the future hold for this approach? Will IMTA change the shape of the aquaculture industry?
I think you will see more and more commercial scale farms moving towards IMTA in the future. It's not only ecosystem friendly, but you're also economically advantaged by having these numerous species on site that are marketable.
Fisheries and Oceans Canada is continuing to study integrated multi-trophic aquaculture as one possible solution for a balanced approach to ecosystem management, one that offers potential benefits for growers, the environment, and for Canadians.
I think it's okay. So I hope by now you have good idea already what is IMTA all about. Yeah, it's relatively new concept, but several countries are already implementing this, and many are still doing research. Like us in UMS, we are still doing research on IMTA. So this is example of papers that we publish using lobster in our IMTA system. Yeah, we combine it with other plants, if I'm not mistaken, in this one. Yeah. Spiny lobster, sea cucumber, and seaweed. Sorry, 3 different species: lobster, sea cucumber, and seaweed. All are having different feeding behavior of coming from different trophic level. So this is just an example that you can also do. Maybe you are interested in freshwater IMTA. You have many ponds in Indonesia. I know there are many research already done by the Indonesian researchers using integrated aquaculture. So you may want to improve or innovate a new methods or a new approach into this existing system. Okay, done with IMTA. Now let's have a look at offshore aquaculture. This is another approach that has been discussed and highlight the potential. If we were to be sustainable, if we were to supply fish in 50 years time, what should we do to increase the production? So offshore is one of the approaches. You know, offshore means a location that is quite far from the beach or the land. So offshore aquaculture can be defined as taking place in the ocean, the open sea, with significant exposure to wind and wave, where there is requirement for equipment and servicing vessel to survive and operate in severe sea condition from time to time. Because when we said offshore, it is very, very much open sea, which is, you know, having characteristic of wave, strong currents. So all these the characteristic of offshore. So issue of distance from the coast or from a safe harbor or shore base is often but not always a factor. Some people wanted to define, you know, what is really offshore? How long is it? How many meters from the shore that we consider it is offshore? Yeah. Okay, offshore aquaculture not only increases the global seafood supply, but also serve to temper or mitigate the effects of climate change. Yeah, meaning the industry will not concentrate in one place in the estuaries or nearby a sheltered coastal area only, but now should consider also the open sea if you want to go for volume, large volume. So offshore cages minimize impacts to the seafloor and fishing community, which is quite true because we are talking about offshore. The depth is very, very high. You know, this is very deep. So the impact on the bottom of the sea may be not that critical because all the uneaten food, the waste maybe will be dispersed to other places because of the wave, the strong current. So it will be not concentrating like normal cage culture in the estuaries or in the offshore, whereby the bottom of the cage will be very, very unhealthy after many, many years because of the settlement of the uneaten feed, settlement of the waste from your cultured animals. Okay, what is the key assumption about the near future development of offshore mariculture? As far as I know, in Malaysia also, we haven't really embarked on offshore aquaculture. I know there is one attempt. Last time wanted to do tuna, but we don't really have enough seed to supply, so it doesn't really, didn't really work. Okay. Mainly take place within exclusive economic zone in order to ensure national governance over development and management to provide for legal protection of investor, meaning even though it's offshore, doesn't mean you have to go beyond your own zone, meaning, you know, even in the sea also, we have to see whether this is belong to which country. Okay, mainly use cages for fish and long lines for mollusk culture system. Relatively close to coastline because the depth associated cost of tethering culture system to the sea floor in relatively shallow coastal water, which is true. If you want to do cage, there must be some anchor. If you have to dig deep down, that will be very costly. Limited by technical constraints on mariculture system installation, maintenance, and endurance related to the depth of the tethering. Be dependent on onshore facilities. Like you see, the concept is offshore is only for the cages, but when it comes to the facility, like where you want to store your feed, your maintenance tools, setting up transportation, harvesting tool, then you need to have a good facility on shore. Yeah, land-based. Mainly employ species with already proven culture technologies and established markets. Complete and conflict with some other uses of ocean space, but will be complementary with others. Meaning to say, if you want to embark on this high-tech, high-cost offshore farming, we need to use something that already proven in terms of the performance. We can't try new species there that no one have success before. We will choose something that already known in terms of their requirement, in terms of the breeding techniques and all that. And most importantly, they have markets. Okay. So this is example of or recommendation of future species for offshore mariculture. This is the cobia. I think you know cobia. Because offshore mariculture, they will have very vast volume of cage that, you know, require fish, the swimmer, fish that is swimming very, very fast, for example. Not only cobia, tuna also. Atlantic salmon, also another species, fish species that is suggested for offshore cages. And mussel, yeah, or even maybe other types of bivalves also can be considered for offshore mariculture. Okay, let's have a look at this offshore mariculture. Yeah, I hope you will make use of the video to have a better understanding on the theory that I share using the slide, because video will help you.
If you wear glasses or
understand better.
contacts, you must see this. An award-winning doctor reveals a
So to me, this is a very impressive offshore farming system, very huge culture system. Yeah, it how much? 150 ton, 150,000 ton. Yeah, back salmon per year, with a very what do you call, a big structure, which I believe will cost a lot in terms of the initial investment on this structure. So volume also, like you see, 250 cubic meter. So this is the concept of offshore farming. Okay, let's go to another important topics, which is certification. This is what we see the trends in the past at least 10 years, yeah, in our effort to a sustainable aquaculture industry. More and more entity or institution providing certification. Why? Because when consumers, or even you, when you select seafood, for example, you go to the restaurant or even the market, there are arrays of different fish, or in the restaurant, different menu. So they can easily base their choice on a quick assessment of key attributes such as the price, the quality, convenience, and origin. People nowadays are more aware and more knowledge educated in terms of selecting the food they want to consume. They are more, you know, awareness about the food safety, on the environmental consequences, the impact of the seafood that they are eating to the environment. So refining their choice further based on food safety, ethical, environmental, animal welfare ground is more difficult because of shortage of reliable, independent information. So if you were to choose which seafood that is fulfilling your choice, or your principle. For example, I will not choose food that is produced using what you call trash fish as their feed. But how do you know? They are not practicing. In the supermarket, when you buy, you wouldn't know basically. So this is the importance of certification. Yeah, certification will provide some sort of guarantees to the consumer that this product that they are consuming, that they are purchasing, is produced through a standard procedure that is considered a good practice, in a way, a good aquaculture practice. So that is why certification came into the picture. Who do we certify? Sorry, why do we certify our seafood? Like what I said, yeah, to incentivize seafood producer to act in a sustainable manner, yeah, because not everyone can get the certification if you don't fulfill the criteria. So meaning the producer that have this certificate has fulfilled certain standard, which is good for their business. People trust them more. Price might be more expensive. So this will have consumers distinguish between a dizzying array of fish and shellfish. So many choices in the supermarket, for example, which one I want to buy, is this good? Where are this from? You know, these days is no longer an issue if you want to eat king crab. We don't have king crab in ASEAN country. King crab is mostly from the cold country or even from Japan. But in the supermarket this day, even in my place, Kota Kinabalu is not a very big city, but when I went to this one of the supermarket, I saw this king crab from Hokkaido, for example. So if I see some sort of certification there, then I will feel very convenient, feel very comfortable to choose which one, if let's say they have several. This is sort of similar like, you know, our halal label for Muslim, whereby we are, you know, for sure we'll choose the chicken with halal certified logo in our packaging. Same thing with fish. Of course, there is no, of course, there is issue also in seafood about halal or not halal, but this is still under discussion as far as Malaysia concerned, because our halal logo at the moment is only targeting other food but not fish. Because let's say the fish is fed with non-halal feed or containing some DNA of non-halal material like what do you say, porcine or whatever, the non-halal ingredient inside. Some says that is not us consuming the non-halal feed. The fish is the one consuming. We are consuming the fish, so it's not direct consumption. I mean, different group of believers will have different opinion on that. Some believe that, oh, since the fish eating non-halal feed, it's non-halal for me. But some said, I am not the one who eating the non-halal feed. The fish is eating the non-halal feed. So there are still controversial issue whether or not we will certify the aqua feed, for example, with the halal certification, but there are already effort towards that, so that when it is happen, we have halal fish feed. I believe it will be able to increase the price. So this is the same as certification for our farm. Yeah, so it will encourage eco-friendly method, certified, set at certain threshold for sustainable fishery. Meaning to say there is a traceability of your product that you're selling, whether you use fish meal in your formula, for example, or whether you catch from the sea, your seed, are you producing from the hatchery or you catch from the sea, things like that, that will contribute. It depends on who is producing the certification. So the body that is producing the certificate will have their criteria. So once the producer, aquaculture industry meet the criteria, then they will get the certification. Okay, what factors do eco-label look at? Eco-labels similar to certification, but it's not necessarily complicated. You can get like organic certified, something like in this photo that I share you, Seafood Forever or whatever seafood. Some organization, maybe NGOs are producing certification. If you fulfill the criteria, you can get this logo in your product. So because people believe that with the NGO movement, for example, that particular NGO is fighting for no turtle consumption, no shark fin soup, conserve the sea, something like that. The NGO that really moving towards the environmental impact of aquaculture, for example. So when they see the logo, people trust it. So eco labels typically use a detailed rubric to assess a range of environmental impacts, while fisheries assessment often examine how abundant of fish is, how and where it's caught, which is true. If you know your lele is produced from a very polluted pond situated next to a what do you call, for example, oil palm plant. So you might want to think twice, right, to buy whether it is healthy to eat this kind of fish, things like that. So aquaculture certifiers look at whether the fish farms are on land, in rivers or in ocean, what kind of feed is used, if farmers apply pesticide, antibiotics, and how often farm fish escape to the world. So meaning different labeling, eco label or different certificate will have maybe different criteria, but more or less they will look into this kind of parameters, criteria. Okay, I just want to share with this one. This is not a certification per se. This is rather a label. Kindai University Japan is our partner university in Japan. We have a very strong MOU for the past 15 years, I think, or more than that, with Kindai University. This is their restaurants. Kindai University, for your information, is the pioneer in tuna aquaculture. They are the one who is first to produce farm tuna, from breeding egg to F1, F2 tuna in the world. So they are producing different kind of species, including tuna, garupa, in their farm. Yeah, they have several stations, yeah, all over Japan. This is their own restaurant, university restaurant, Osaka, in a shopping mall, big shopping mall in Osaka. I was here, I think twice like that, because they are partner university, our partner university. You see the people queuing, long queue to eat here. That's how people trust the product. This is aquaculture product, Yeah, this is if you want walk in, just sitting here and here. But if you want a special room inside with aircon, cover a more private room, that one you need to book like 3 months in advance. So when we went there and eat, they serve us with sashimi. They serve us with raw fish. In other words, I'm not a big fan of raw fish, no matter how fresh, but I have to eat with a lot of wasabi so that I can swallow it. But they are very, very fresh fish, cultured fish. So it is interesting. Each of the fish, they will put this labeling logo. In here, they put the date of their fish caught, the name of the fish. It's like labeling. If people see this, it provides some sort of guarantee. People believe in that product that is good, it's safe. So this is the strategy that you can play later. Let's say you finish your study, you want to embark on a business. Certification is one of the ways that can help you to market your product. Yeah, this is example. Of course, this is not a certificate or label from other institution, government or anything like that. This is their own certificate, but due to their own reputation, they are trusted. People believe in their product, even though it's so expensive, damn expensive. Okay, I just want to share with you what are the different certification available throughout the world. Yeah. This one, ISO, we know it is available worldwide lah, if you're interested. Yeah, any species eco-label, no ISO, you can contact this one. This one also Safe Quality Food Institute. This is also international, worldwide. Best Aquaculture Practice, BAP or GAA, you know, Global Aquaculture Alliance. They have magazine, right? They have, it's an institution, yeah, Aquaculture Certification Council. You can apply. If let's say you have farm later on, you can apply. But they have specific species that they are providing the certification. They have specific fish that they cover, not all species like this vaname, tilapia, and then catfish, pangasius, salmon. So these are the website. Eco-label for consumer, of course. Global GAP, Integrated Aquaculture Assurance Standard, Aquaculture Dialogue. So ini pun worldwide, yeah. So salmonid, tilapia, pangasius, ini all major species. Friend of the Sea, I'm not sure if you heard about this. This is an NGO also worldwide, yeah. So they also provide certification. So up to you, which one do you want to be certified with? But you have to fulfill whatever they are asking you. Carrefour, you know the supermarket, the big supermarket. I think this is French, right? Carrefour. This is also giving certification, yeah, but specific to salmon, vaname, and oyster. Label rule, ini France, yeah. Ini sea bass, oyster, salmon, turbot, spinach, shrimp. Shrimp seal of quality. Bangladesh also come out with their own certification, but specific to the shrimp, vaname, and the macrobrachium. Tartan Quality Mark, Scotland, specific for salmon. Freedom's Food, UK, also salmon. SIGES Foundation Chile, CBPA, also from Chile, also targeting salmonid. Thai also producing certification. Thai quality shrimp. You know, Thai is very famous for their shrimp. Good aquaculture practices code of conduct. So targeting shrimp and macrobrachium. For us in Malaysia, we do also have certification under our Department of Fisheries. What we call is MyGAP, Malaysian Aquaculture Farm Certification System. Now they are renaming it to My Good Aquaculture Practice. So we look at the shrimp, vaname, macrobrachium, fish in general. So you can have any type of fish, ornamental and also mollusk. So these are all non-organic certification produced through a normal method, not organic method. But they are certification ready. I'm not sure about Indonesia. This is what I got from the available source. Okay, there are also certification for organic aquaculture. Yeah, as you can see here, Organic Food Federation, UK or EU based, for cod, salmonid, natural land worldwide, also Arapaima fish, milkfish, soil associated Scotland, Atlantic salmon, trout, shrimp, Australian certified organic, meaning they are producing their product here through organic methods. NASA Australia, Bioland Germany, BioGrow New Zealand, BioSwiss Switzerland, Debio Craft Norway. So these so-called certification are for organic fish. So these are what happened now in terms of trying to convince the consumer as a way of marketing, of course, but also to have a sustainable development in aquaculture. Okay, I just want to share with you our certification here in Malaysia. What they are called is MyGap certificate. So they will be given this certificate. Sorry. And then your company will appear here. You have fulfilled all necessary requirements for good aquaculture practice, things like that. What is it for? This one also need to be specific. Said marine finfish culture in cages, but there is also the validity period. So once you reach the expire date, you need to apply a new one, renew, because it seems that they are giving it per yearly basis. This is just what they need. Yeah, when you fill up the form, you need to whatever lah, complete the form, and then you will register, and then if it's complete, then you can continue. If it's not complete, you have to do revision, and then you submit the form, and they will look at your facility. They have a long list of requirements. Do you have that food bath? Do you have what? Do you have store? Do you mix different species in one place? Something like that. They will scrutinize every space, every little thing in your farm. If you fulfill, then they will give you this. But once you give this, you can, really make use of it to what do you call, to market, to get better price, to convince buyer. It's good for the business. Okay, done on the approaches, what are people doing to, which is one of the question being asked. Several things have been done, like what we discussed from the beginning to now. Yeah, now let's have a look at the challenges on the road to sustainability. Okay, first is, of course, environmental. Yeah, habitat damage, you cut your mangroves to open a new shrimp farm, for example. Eutrophication, pollution, disturbance, these are the risks. So the impact is risk heightened by poor siting. Like I said, if you choose wrong site, things may not working. Farm design and management, some impacts are reversible, but many are long term. Okay, so management mitigation approach, use robust spatial planning. So meaning to say you have to plan properly, especially when it comes to decision to choose a site where you want to put your cages. That is one of the most important decision that you need to make, so that fish will grow happily in that site and habitat will be protected still, for example. And then another risk is climate change impact. You know about our global warming issue. So this definitely will impact our fish, because, especially marine fish, because ocean regulates climate. So there will be always risk of loss of activities, job, or revenues in aquaculture. So there must be some important mitigation yeah, to do here, to be observe, choosing breeding species yang resistant to oxygen deficiency, that is very hardy enough to withstand the fluctuation of certain water parameter like temperature or even pH. So combination of species with this trait will be able to help our industry to adapt with climate change. Resource use, impact on wild stock, water and resources and land. So aquaculture, demand large volume of fish meal and in some cases wild juvenile. So can also utilize large area of land that might have vulnerable dependence. So we need to be responsible on the source of fish oil and fish oil to feed our fish. Like I said just now, we are trying to reduce the use of fish meal in the formula. Like I said, we want to focus on low trophic species with low protein requirement. Remember, high protein, high pollution. Okay. Development of hatcheries can reduce dependence upon wild juvenile. I think this one already improving from time to time. Last time, like 10 years ago, we are dependent on wild seed. When we culture our grouper, all our grouper seed is from the sea. We just, harvest the sea and then grow out in the tank, something like that. So let's look at the diagram. Environmental risks of marine aquaculture. You see, you will have predation, introduction of non-native species, for example, Atlantic salmon eggs from Europe, drugs, like what we discussed. The industry is still using drugs because there is no alternative that is reliable enough, effective enough, and cost effective. So all this will have environmental impact. Yeah, herbicide. Some area challenged by the growth of algae. The algae bloom. So maybe if they use herbicide, that is very dangerous for the environment. Okay, this is your cultured fish. Probably introduction, new seed stock will introduce also new disease and parasite. Yeah, incubation of local diseases caused by a high concentration of fish, too high density. Fish sewage contain uneaten food, waste, disease, pathogen. This bottom, like I said, over years will be very unhealthy. Unlike the offshore, if it's very deep, then maybe this uneaten feed or fishes will disperse somewhere else because of the strong current, strong wave. But if normal cages, the bottom after some time may not be very healthy. GMO. So when it can indicate here, GMO is bigger than the rest of the fish because of the advantage of using GMO is they are more superior than other genetic other strain. So we'll compete with native fish for food and habitat because they are stronger, they are larger, they need more food, they are stronger. So the rest will be what do you call, kalah lah, yang dia yang menang. So banyak isu. So another one is escape of non-native species, meaning aquaculture fish should not be released to the wild, but it is, highly possible that the fish will be escaped due to some reason. This one torn out, the strong current will destroy some of the netting, things like that. So this is not actually a very good thing to happen. Yeah. Okay, environmental impacts of open ocean aquaculture. Similar to this one, yeah. Yeah, drugs, chemical, fish meal, fish oil, escape fish, fish waste, also here, predator disease. So the same concept. Okay, let's have a look at genetic and biodiversity. Introduction of exotic species, interbreeding, and unintentional hybridization. Yesterday, we somehow discussed some issue about GMO, hybrid. So this kind of issue also another, topic that people interested to discuss, what are the impact of this genetic pollution from introduced species, as well as their habitat competition with native species. Local species should be used where possible, and research and development is needed, okay? As much as possible, we don't want to culture fish that is not native to the place. Okay, finally, biosecurity. Introduction of pathogen, parasites, increased resistance to antimicrobe. Yeah, disease epidemics, either from imported animals or from poor management, can quickly decimate production. Irresponsible use of antibiotics increase local resistance. So capacity need to be established both at government level. Maybe government will do some regulation law, yeah, to ensure the risks are reduced through preventive sectoral management, as well as industry level to be precautionary against disease risk and react quickly. Probably with good disease diagnostic, quarantine, inspection, disease surveillance, monitoring, reporting, this can reduce the risk. Okay, I think this is maybe the last slide. Food safety, also another challenges along our way to sustainability. Yeah, biotoxin, bacteria, virus, parasite, and chemical hazard. Some ingredient, for example, fish oil, they have toxin also, because fish oil is produced from big fish. Like big fish, they eat smaller fish, the smaller fish eat the small fish, so it accumulates in the body. So it is one of the things that we are worried when we use fish is that big in size, for example, shark, the top predators normally. Contamination of aquaculture products can impact human health, market, and confidence value. This is very true. So what is the mitigation? Involve identification of potential hazard, scientific risk assessment, selection, and implementation of the best risk management option. So hazard analysis, for example. And of course, when we talk about the aquaculture industry, we cannot run away from dealing with social, community, and ethical. Poor working condition, reduced economic opportunity, and environmental conditions. So the impact consequences may include brand and reputation damage. True, if people find out that actually you are producing fish using some dangerous or toxic ingredient, for example. Pressure, legal action, consumer boycott. This is very damaging, yeah. So mitigation must take place throughout value chain to ensure equitable distribution. So when extensive contract farming is used, strong representation and collective organization need to be allowed. This is quite true. Misalnya, you are working with the contract farmers, but using your product. So this has to be discussed properly. Make sure that they are also fulfilling the requirement. Okay, I think that's all. But before I stop, I think I have one video that I haven't shown you. This one, I just show this to you. Yeah, this one is short video only. Wait, how to copy this?
were no tall buildings like that, maybe one or two. It's just even hard to describe, but it looks nothing like it did 30 years ago. This road didn't exist. There was really almost no aquaculture here in Bangladesh when I first came. It was really all fisheries, wild catch, and I remember one of my first trips, they're like, aquaculture, that's not gonna work here.
Bangladesh is a riverain country. There are huge number of ponds, lakes, rivers, and seasonal floodplains. Enormous opportunity for aquaculture. But aquaculture was not growing in the right direction. For 36 years, I have been doing aquaculture and fisheries at the Bangladesh Agricultural University, which is also USAID-funded university, built in 1961. So our faculty of fisheries was there, academicians were there, researchers were there, but research was not streamlined, it was not demand-led, it was not serving the people.
Bangladesh got infected by the idea about systems aquaculture. Really sustainable models, input-output models for systems aquaculture. And by understanding that, that's what Wahab was able to propel forward a lot of the industry because it was low cost. They didn't have to put anything in their ponds and they can grow fish. It was like manna from heaven.
Aqua Innovation Lab and myself, through these world experts, devoted our efforts towards the demand-led and necessity research. What is the challenge? What the farmers are facing? Bangladesh is now producing 4.2 million metric ton and ranked the fourth position in the world production. So a major contribution, a major technological support came from this USAID-funded Aqua Fish Innovation Lab.
Wahab understood the science, and he brought so many people together over the question of aquaculture. Now Bangladesh is one of the world's great producers of cultured fish and shellfish.
More than 500 farmers we have trained, and more than 70 on-farm trial we have done. And also every year, 100 undergraduate students were involved, and MS student by more than 35 students, MS and PhD developed their skill.
You know that in Bangladesh, the university funds for research is very scarcity and limited, and without this support, I think it won't be possible to carry out my PhD work. And not only me, lots of university students got financial support from Aquaculture Innovation Lab to make their MS and PhD studies.
Working all these years with the aquafish, they have helped us for the capacity development. We had a broadened horizon. We have a collaboration with other university, with other continent.
This businessman we're visiting, Wahab reached out to him as one of the kind of a model farmer early on. So it ended up enriching this farmer, and he was a good businessman as well. You'll see, he's got a very nice farm, and he's diversified his farm. He's a good businessman. He heads the Tilapia Association, so it's in his best interest to provide kind of good information. This is where researchers meet farmers who are capable, and farmers later spread that information out to more farmers.
I think that this kind of international collaboration between international universities, for America or Japan or any other countries, is very much helpful for BAU, not only for the students, but also for the faculties. So as an international collaborator, I always want to do many kinds of international collaboration with many universities.
A PhD student is a emerging scientist. Within his country, he should keep connection with the international aquaculture scientist. And I think I got a lot through Aquafish Innovation Lab. I made lots of international connection.
And we feel that, as partners and project partners, that we would work with you again in a heartbeat. So.
As we are still developing country, we need the collaboration with developed country. Then we can exchange our ideas and views. Then actually we want to be able to get the optimum result. That is why I personally believe this sorts of MU will help us a lot.
As I'm doing my research in the field of agriculture and fisheries, that means I'm contributing for feeding the future. All of the fisheries research we can do for a hunger-free planet. It's my dream.
Okay, I think that's all for my sharing. I think this Bangladesh aquaculture is more on land-based, if you notice, right? And it's the end message from the lady. Did you hear her? They said, I want to end this. I want to make sure it's a hunger-free world, which is SDG number. No more hunger. Which SDG is that? Zero hunger.
Number 2.
Yeah, number 2. So this is just to share with you about different approaches in different country, how to achieve. You have to, because different country is unique. We have different capacity, we have different environment, we have different resources. Like in Bangladesh, they utilize what they are strong with, what are their natural environment, mostly land-based, I see. So they are working towards producing fish, but trying their best to follow these goals of a sustainable development goals. So I think I end my lecture for sustainable aquaculture today. Thank you. I think, yeah, we can open question and answer maybe if you have.
Okay, thank you, Prof Rosita.
Okay.
Now we will have a discussion session, question and answer. For all participants, you can raise hand or you can write on the chat box. You can ask in Indonesian or in English, it doesn't matter. Prof Rosita can understand bahasa Indonesia also, I think.
Yeah, boleh.
Yeah. Okay, there is one question, Prof Rosita.
Okay. Genesia, betulkah saya punya pronunciation Genesia, Jirin, Lucia? Excuse me, Prof. I want to ask about certification in aquaculture. Is there any contra about the process of the certification? What do you mean about contra? I'm not sure about this one. From your explanation, I can say that the certification of aquaculture will give the back impact to the farmer on the sector, but does the certification need to? Oh, I think there is fee. Maybe, I'm not 100% sure, but I can Google for you for Malaysian one. But it's not easy. Maybe some fee for processing fee, kind of, my gap fee. I'm not sure if they have a fee, but sometimes it's not the fee that is expensive. In the requirement, if you want to get the certification, you need to follow 100% what they want. For example, we once want our hatchery in UMS to get my GAP, my GAP, good aquaculture practice, but in the my GAP certificate, they don't want a hatchery with so many species. We have different species because we are doing research. We have fish grouper, we have marble goby, we have tilapia, we have catfish, we have shrimp, we have vaname, we have crayfish, you name it. This certification, it target one single species. It target, let's say you want to be certified for having grouper, let your hatchery having grouper only. We can't do that. That's why we never get the certification. So in some cases, they said, oh, you need to have quarantine room, which is not the same in the same building as your hatchery. So maybe some company, they don't have this, but they are willing to build one so that it can get certificate. So this will incur costs, right? So they will have to build one more building, for example, bangunan baru, so that they will fulfill the requirement. Actually, quite a lot of things that you need to fulfill. You need to spend money. For example, the entrance, the road towards the hatchery, for example, towards your farm, the road must have, what do you call, when the car pass the road, there must be some washing area for the tire of the car, have to go through the washing part that contains some, you know, antiseptic or something like that. There are, and if you don't have it, but you want the certification, you need to bid one so that you fulfill the requirements. So I'm sorry, I'm not too sure about the other certification, whether they have to pay or not. But if there is, I believe it is on the minimum processing fee because it's not a business by right. Right, I'm not 100% sure. You can search also later on based on the slide I share you. There are what do you call this one. There are website for this one. We can check whether they impose fees or no. I'm not sure, but by logic, I said definitely if you don't fulfill all, then you have to spend money because of the many requirements for them to for you to follow. Okay. I hope that answer your question, Janice. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof Rosita. How, Genesia? It's enough? All right, any other question from any participants? Not yet? Okay, probably there is no question yet. So, Professor, I will ask a question.
Sure.
Here is still Azan. My voice is still clear?
Yeah, very clear.
Okay. So, if we compare between IMTA and intensive aquaculture, what do you think? Which one is more beneficial for the farmer?
Because when you said intensive aquaculture, you will definitely have high production, right?
Yes.
And definitely more profitable and all that. But IMTA is a way of introducing aquaculture that is concerned about this in sustainability issues. So I don't have any data, scientific data that compare directly which one is more profitable to the farmers for the high density aquaculture and of course the IMTA. So yeah, it is very hard to say at the moment. Even IMTA is actually still relatively new, not so much case study or publication on IMTA production. Maybe on research scale, research base, which is not, is not really a real production. So it's hard to compare at the moment, but by right, in terms of production, of course, intensive fish farming yield more profit maybe, or even more production. But intensive farming also, you know, deal with waste in high waste issue. So things like that we need to see from, you know, different perspective. If, you know, it's not about profit 100%, you have to see long term also, long-term benefits of your farm. Misalnya, if you are too concentrated, you running your pond 3 cycle or 4 cycle per year of udang putih, for example. So very high production, very high for the first 3 years. Maybe you are making a lot of money, and suddenly on the 5th years, for example, disease hit you due to your unsustainable approach of, you know, too high density, too high feed input, and then which cause introduction of new disease or something like that. So it is quite difficult to say in a word like, oh, intensive is better for the farmers than IMTA. I think that is very difficult at the moment. You want to say it depends on, you know, the situation also, and some more IMTA, like I said, is relatively new.
Yeah, thank you, Prof.
I'm interested in Indonesia. I know I have several friends, academician lecturers in Indonesia, that we went to university together in Australia. They are now in Palu, you know. They are doing this kind of study, that this IMTA kind of study, like what you call maybe integrated aquaculture. Last time we call it integrated aquaculture. No, the fancy word multi-trophic or anything like that. So they are using normally seaweed together with ikan chanos. So what do you call chanos in Indonesia?
Bandeng.
Oh, bandeng. Okay.
Yeah, bandeng.
Yeah. So this kind of thing I know is Indonesia is quite good in it, because you have land-based area, and then you are also having many resources like seaweed and all that. So I think for chanos in this, Indonesia is, I think, maybe the biggest producer, I think. So this kind of thing is very I think good approach, as long as maybe you don't use any chemicals or practices that is not that sustainable, or even the waste should not be, you know, released to the environment without being treated first. So things like that.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Rosita. Any other question from participants? Maybe from lecturer, do you want to share something?
Yeah, I'll be interested to listen also from the participant, lecturers maybe, that you want to share with me your research findings, that, you know, I'm sure it is very good research conducted by Brawijaya University. Are you a student or lecturer, Dailami?
I'm the new lecturer, Professor.
Oh, what is your field?
I'm in biochemistry, but right now in Department of Aquaculture.
I see. Have you done your PhD?
Not yet, Prof.
Oh, any planning where you want to do and what topic?
Currently, I don't have any planning yet. Probably like 1 year later.
Okay. You are welcome to do your PhD in our institute.
Yes, of course. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Actually, I also interested in marine aquaculture.
Yeah.
Because, you know, in Brawijaya, there is only like the land aquaculture, not the marine aquaculture.
Oh, okay.
Our location is far away
Far from the sea. I see. Dailami, can I share a video about our institute? Is it
Oh
okay?
yeah, of course, Prof.
Okay, thank you.
The seas surrounding Sabah are known for biodiversity. The biodiversity of coral reefs and marine resources, mangrove and coastal wetlands, and seagrass beds is among the highest in the nation, if not the world. Borneo Marine Research Institute was established in 1995 as a specialized research unit for research and development in marine science and aquaculture. Our motto is conservation and sustainable development of marine resources. We offer postgraduate programs at master's and PhD levels in the fields of aquaculture, marine science, marine biotechnology, fisheries science, and coastal and marine management. We are also involved in producing undergraduates in aquaculture and marine science. Located at the seafront with a jetty with berthing facilities for research boats, our research institute is well equipped with finfish and shellfish hatcheries, laboratories, and an attractive marine aquarium and museum. These are some of the advantages for education, research and outreach, and a coherent functioning of this Center of Excellence. University Malaysia Sabah is the only university in Malaysia with 2 on-campus aquaculture hatcheries. The Aquarium and Marine Museum is an important component of the institute, which is utilized for biodiversity, education, research, and public outreach. Visitors can have a glimpse of what lies beneath the waves, a display of ecosystems as complex communities of organisms and preserved remains of marine flora and fauna. We are equipped with several research boats and diving facilities for ocean studies. The Institute also consists of the Harmful Algal Blooms Studies Research Unit. The focus is on multidisciplinary research with the aim to assist the Sabah government in prevention, control, and mitigation of harmful algal blooms. The Endangered Marine Species Research Unit focuses on the conservation of a diverse range of endangered marine species such as sharks, rays, marine mammals, turtles, and humphead wrasse. For our niche research and development in aquaculture, the fish hatchery is the foundation of BMRI's aquaculture program. It is a place for conditioning broodstock and breeding them in captivity and producing fish seedlings. We have progressed from the first in the world hybrid garupa between the giant garupa and the tiger garupa species in 2006 by closing the cycle in 2016. The shrimp hatchery focuses on the research for commercially important crustacean species such as lobster, giant freshwater prawn, tiger prawn, and mangrove crab. In 2016, our hatchery has achieved a significant milestone in shrimp aquaculture research, where we have successfully bred the mangrove crab of Scylla tranquibirica. The crablets are important for commercial crab farming and restore the natural resources through stock enhancement programs. Rakan Aquaculture is a unique program for knowledge sharing related to aquaculture between the university and industries. We are also committed to serve the community by way of developing human resources and welfare of the coastal community with an ongoing stock enhancement activity program. Through international networking, our institute has jointly established the UMS Kindai University Aquaculture Development Center, both at UMS and Shirahama Fishery Station, Kindai University, Japan. We will continue to forge encourage networking and collaboration with institutions that share interest in our research programs. The UMS Borneo Marine Research Institute, committed to sustainable development of marine resources.
So I welcome everyone here to visit our university. So if you want to do your master, your PhD, or even want to do research collaboration with us, you are very much welcome. Just let me know. You know my email address and handphone also I can share with you, so that yeah, I'm very happy to work with people from Brawijaya University.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof Rosita. That's very interesting marine research station, I think.
Thank you.
Probably the student who will continue their study,
yeah,
or maybe they want to doing research, they will contact you.
Oh yeah, I forgot one of your lecturer, Aziz, Pak Aziz. Do you know
Aziz?
him?
Yeah, Aziz.
Yeah, he's doing PhD in one of the faculty of food science, nutrition and food science of our university. I'm the co-supervisor because he is doing on surimi for collagen extraction and all that. So yeah, Pak Aziz now is here with us.
Very nice.
Yeah.
We also have here some young lecturer like Pak Ekwan from Aquatic Resources Management, Bu Febri also from Aquaculture.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, probably they interested in the PhD. Yeah.
When you join the university, do they have you like time limit? When are you supposed to do PhD? Let's say you cannot exit or wait too long until you are, you know, too old maybe. Ada enggak masanya yang harus keluar sudah?
Ya, kami punya kontrak dengan rektor maksimal 2 tahun setelah asisten ahli ya.
Oh, sekarang ini nama posnya apa? Asisten ahli?
Sekarang kita masih tenaga pengajar. Jadi nanti setelah kita sudah posisinya di asisten ahli, 2 tahun setelah itu sudah harus sekolah gitu.
I see. So maksudnya ada 2 tahun lagi lah atau lebih lagi sedikit lah baru boleh buat PhD.
Iya, Bro.
Semoga sukses.
Iya, thank you, Prof. Bu Febri, do you want to say something?
Jadi maksudnya sekarang ini kalian sudah ada S2 lah?
Iya, S2 Master.
I see. So,
Baru S2, Prof.
Alhamdulillah. Kalau S2-nya Dailami on what? What is the topic of your S2 Master?
Actually, because I'm from biochemistry, so topik saya tentang peptida antimikroba.
I see. Okay. But now I think you should focus more on the aquaculture microbiology.
Yes.
Yeah. How about Febriani? What was your master project all about? Apa? On what?
Kalau saya applied statistik.
Oh, orang statistik.
Betul.
Bagus. I think very useful sebab semua research juga harus akhirnya menggunakan statistik. Saya pun tidak pintar statistik. So people like you. Memang sangat-sangat berguna kalau statistik.
Cuman kemarin waktu tesis saya fokusnya ke survei sampling, jadi bukan ke aquaculture.
Subjeknya bukan ke aquaculture, tapi kan prinsipalnya sama juga, kan? Bisa saja kita apply di aquaculture juga.
Iya, bisa.
Siapa lagi satu tadi itu yang dosen yang anu nih, yang
Mas Ekwan.
Oh,
Ya,
mungkin
Prof Rosita.
ya.
I'm
Boleh.
your moderator last year maybe.
Olas ya.
I'm biologist, especially microbiologist, Prof.
Oh, kebanyakannya kalian bukan apply aquaculture asalnya ya.
Iya.
Good. I think it's very good sebab kalau kami di sini, institut kami ini kebanyakannya yang memang asalnya fishery science, perikanan dan juga aquaculture. Kalau saya sendiri itu first degree saya dulu fishery science, master saya aquaculture, PhD saya pun aquaculture. So our knowledge is very much on aquaculture punya nila applied. We don't have knowledge so much on chemistry seperti Dailami. I think if you enter nanti buat research dalam aquaculture yang ada kaitan dengan chemistry, that will be very good because you have in-depth knowledge on chemistry. Unlike aquaculture people, ours is more to biology based lah, biology punya strength. So macam juga apalah microbiology tadi sangat-sangat I think useful. Tahniah lah, congratulations. Mesti kamu semua ni masih muda-muda nih kan? Below 30?
It's hard to say.
Okay. Age is just a number. I am 50. I'm not shy to admit that I'm already 50. So, ada soalan lagi?
Ya, mungkin ada pertanyaan lagi dari partisipan.
Partisipan hari ini hanya pelajar master kan? Bukan? S1?
Tadi ada S1 juga, Prof. Cuman sudah beberapa yang berganti jam.
Iyalah.
Baik, jika memang sudah tidak ada pertanyaan dari para partisipan, mungkin bisa kita cukupkan saja, Prof, hari ini.
Oke, terpulang mau ambil gambar?
Ya, betul, Prof.
Okay. I stop sharing.
Oke, mungkin untuk partisipan bisa open cam. Halo Bu Umi.
Hai Bun, ada Bu Umi pun ada.
Saya hitung ya, 1, 2, 3. Lagi 1, 2, 3. Oke, baik. Terima kasih banyak Prof Rosita atas materi yang telah disampaikan. Sangat komprehensif sekali penjelasannya dari awal tadi. Saya sebagai moderator mohon maaf apabila ada kurang dan lebihnya dalam membawa acara ini. Akhir kata dari saya, ada penyampaian untuk besok kita akan mulai kembali jam 7.30. Kemudian nanti kita lanjutkan sampai jam 10.30. Nah, setelah 10.30 insya Allah akan ada sedikit penyampaian dari ketua panitia atau koordinator dan juga dari pihak fakultas. Gitu, Prof. Untuk karena besok adalah kuliah terakhir kita dengan Prof Rosita. Kemudian minggu depan akan kita lanjutkan dengan praktisi dari Pak Didi.
Oh, oke.
Iya. Oke, terima kasih banyak atas perhatiannya semuanya. Akhir kata, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih banyak Prof Rosita.
Ya, jumpa besok.
Thank you so much, Prof Rosita.
Iya, iya. Thank you. Bye.
Ini sambil mengajar, mohon pamit dulu.
Oke.
Iya, Bu.
Alright.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Bye.
Ini kita nunggu jam 12 apa?
Tunggu aja, Pak.
Tunggu tinggal bentar lagi aja.
Mas Ekwan besok 3-in-1-nya MSP libur, Mas.
Enggak dong.
Lanjut.
Biar yang lain yang bersyukur gitu, kita sudah bersyukur dari awal.
Rahmat
Kemarin
mau
di sini
datang.
mati lampu loh.
Syukuran.
Ini. Insya Allah teh kalau diundang deh.
Kan diundang semua toh. Waktunya aja yang nggak pas.
Oh iya, kita kapan rencana itu ya? Nanti ya.
Ya minggu depan lah Mas kayaknya.
Ya Mas, oke Mas. Mas Ekwan nanti videonya saya kirim link ke Mas Ekwan ya.
Video pembukaan.
Video semuanya katanya Bun Mas Ekwan yang PJ untuk video bel mau apa ya?
Oh iya.
Ini nanti kayaknya saya upload ke YouTube juga deh. Semua biar ini ya. Biar potong-potong dulu tapi nanti.
Iya, prodi lain juga pada upload ke YouTube tuh, Pak Ahmad.
Iya teh.
Kita jangan kalah.
Betul. Kita sudah punya YouTube sendiri kok, guys.
Guys, keren emang.
5 menit lagi. Mas Ekwan di Malang, Mas?
Iya. Dari yang acara hari Minggu itu, Mas.
Oh.
Mau balik lagi kok, wis nanti lah.
Iya, Mas. Di Malang aja, Mas.
Ya,
Nanti pas syuting baru balik ke Tuban.
Ini mau buat lagi aku ini, akhir Oktober.
Tuh, Teh Febri bisa jadi aktris itu, Mas.
Apa, pulang terus kok.
Peran pembantu dulu, Teh. 1 detik munculnya. Set.
Tapi bikin ratingnya naik. Penampakan ya.
Three in one-nya 1 BP gimana, Teh? Udah jalan?
Rahasia, biar penasaran. Ya, masih nunggu itu Pak, pemateri yang dari luar. Masih nunggu konfirmasi. Mepet banget ya kerjanya. Clear.
Tiga menit lagi ya. Yang dengan Mas Didi itu kayaknya ada praktek-praktek ya Mas ya, bener ya itu ya?
Ya kalau tulisannya ya, tapi saya enggak tahu juga sih. Yang ngobrol sama Mas Didi siapa? Misalnya kalau kalau praktek kan harus install software dulu dan seterusnya.
Masalahnya juga sambil nge-zoom ya.
Mungkin hanya contoh-contoh simpel aja ya.
Ya, kok mudah-mudahan gitu sih. Sharing ya yang praktek itunya aja, Mas Didinya aja.
Ya kita liatin aja.
Simulasi gitu ya.
Ya.
Tutorial.
Tapi Mas Didiknya juga praktek sambil share screen itu berat loh. Komputernya nangis loh.
Enough, Dek. Enough?
1 menit lagi, Bu.
Ya,
1
1
menit
minute lagi. Nggih.
Iya Bu Un, videonya kata Mbak Evelyn tidak harus tanggal 11.
Oke. Itu tadi ada perubahan info nggih. Coba
Iya.
nggih kalau bisa mundur, Dek, gak apa-apa wes jenengan usahakan.
Ya karena kalau tanggal 11 ya tadi memang nggak bisa maksimal lah kalau tanggal 11.
Nggih. Tadi Dek Evelyn tak minta konfirmasi panjenengan ya.
Nggih.
Nggih. Akhir Oktober bisa, Dek?
Bisa Bu, asal nggak nambah aja kerjaan lainnya.
Gak, wes fokus ini aja. Nggih. Fokus 3 in 1 sampai kemudian submit ya. Submit tanggal 18.
Udah tuh Padai.
12.01 deh.
Oh, oke. Dek Day sama Dek Febri besok siap ya?
Ya insya Allah Bu Febri sudah siap.
Ya. Mohon dikondisikan ya. Jam 7.30 ya Dek ya?
Ya,
7.30, kita 10.30 yang kelas internasional penutupan ya.
Ya.
Bisa diinfokan sekarang juga? Pas.
Baik, kita stop recording.